Just a heads up to everybody, we are going live on YouTube just to make sure we don't have any problems or issues. So just be aware that if you say anything, you could be out on YouTube right now. Thank you. Legislator Alcoffer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to do a test. Thank you.
Yeah.
One.
Ooh.
funny that it is on
I still don't have the new one. They sent me the old one. All right, thanks.
Fred, you're not on mute.
Yep, I know, Paul, thanks.
Yeah.
We're gonna get started in about 5 minutes, just giving everybody a heads up.
the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Alcoffer.
Here.
Mr. Alcoffer is present. Mr. Ansello.
Here?
Mr. Ansello is present. Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Barnhart is present. Mr. Baroff.
Here.
Mr. Baroff is present. Mr. Baines.
Here.
Mr. Baines is present. Ms. Boyce.
Here.
Ms. Boyce is present. Mr. Brew.
Here.
Mr. Brew is present. President Carbone.
Here.
President Carbone is present. Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby?
Legislator Colby, you might be muted.
I'll come back to him. Mr. Delahanty?
Here.
Mr. Delahanty is present. Mrs. DeFlorio?
Here.
Mrs. DeFlorio is present. Mr. Dondorfer?
Here.
Mr. Dondorfer is present. Mr. Felder? Mr. Felder?
Here.
Mr. Felder is present. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Here.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell is present. Ms. Hasman?
Here.
Ms. Hasman is present. Mr. Hebert?
Here.
Mr. Hebert is present. Mr. Keller?
Here.
Mr. Keller is present. Mr. Keofatlassi?
Here.
Keofatlassi is present. Ms. Lamar?
Here.
Ms. Lamar is present. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Mr. Mafucci?
Here.
Mr. Mafucci is present. Mr. Marinetti?
Here.
Mr. Marinetti is present. Mr. Morelli?
Here.
Mr. Morelli is present. Ms. Roman?
Here.
Ms. Roman is present. Ms. Smith?
Here.
Ms. Smith is present. Ms. Taylor?
Here.
Ms. Taylor is present. Mr. Wilcox?
Here.
Mr. Wilcox is present. Ms. Wright?
Here.
Ms. Wright is present. Mr. Udelson?
Here.
Mr. Udelson is present. Mr. Colby? Having technical difficulties. We'll get him back on the line.
We will need to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting public in-person attendance. You have a motion before you which is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator DeFlorio. This is a non-debatable motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Roll call vote, please.
Point of
Aye.
order. Point of order on this. Is there, I'd like to make a motion that we can have live Zoom comments from the public at our next meeting.
A second.
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 Any discussion on the motion?
Legislator Barnhart?
What were we I'm confused. I don't,
Motion was to have in-person Zoom public forum at the next meeting.
Well, a point of order was called.
I believe that-
I
I
don't
believe that
understand the relevance of this to the current motion.
If I may, suspending the rules means that we will only have written comments for the legislature. And I think that we need better participation from the public at these meetings beyond written participation. If we can't start that tonight. And if I make this motion at the next meeting, we can't start it at the next meeting. So if this is not an appropriate point in the meeting to make this motion, I understand that, but I'd like another way to do it. So
But the motion on the floor, this is out of order.
You don't have the floor, sir.
I said with the motion on the floor, this is out of order. We already have a motion that was moved and seconded. You can't bring anything else on the table unless you, so.
You don't have the floor, sir.
The vote on the original motion. Am I correct, parliamentarian? Mr. Parliamentarian?
He doesn't have the floor.
Hello?
Am I on?
Hello. I think I just unmuted myself. I'm sorry. I think Ms. Barnhart's motion at this point is in order, but the question, the real question, I think, would be to the clerk of the legislature as to whether this process would be technologically possible, and I think he might need some time to look into it.
Sorry about that. We were having some technical difficulties on our end. We apologize.
So we lost it at Legislator Barnhart. Why don't you pick it up, Legislator Barnhart?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll just repeat what I said. I'm hearing an echo, and maybe you guys need to mute yourselves. I think that we need to have better participation from the public beyond written comments. I believe it should be technologically possible because it's my understanding that other governments are doing that. And by better participation, I only mean that obviously people will not be able to come up to a podium to speak to us, but perhaps they can speak to us on Zoom by signing up in advance and being in a waiting room. So that is what I'm moving that we do. I'm not really sure procedurally if this is the way to do it, because if I make this motion at the next meeting, then it was for the following meeting. So, I mean, I don't think we can make this happen for this meeting, but I'm hoping we can make it happen for the next meeting and just resolve to do it.
Legislator Barnhart, this is a parliamentarian. Maybe it would be wise for you to submit your suggestion in the form of a referral to be considered at the next meeting.
Thank you. The problem with that is if I do it at the next meeting, then it wouldn't be in effect for the next meeting. So I was hoping we might be able to address it at tonight's meeting.
Okay, again, this is a parliamentarian. To the clerk of the legislature, is this technologically possible? Is it something you could even implement by the next meeting?
I'm not exactly sure if it's feasible or possible. I do know that a motion to suspend the rules is not amendable. So
Okay.
Legislator Barnhart's motion is technically out of order, but it's something that we can certainly.
Well, if it's out of order, it's out of order.
Yeah.
So if it's out of order, you can't do it.
Okay, well, I certainly hope that the clerk and the president of the legislature will consider my request for to be implemented before the next meeting. We have a lot of really important things coming up before the legislature by the end of the year, and I'm hoping that the public is allowed to participate beyond written comments. Thank you very much.
Roll call vote, please, on the motion to suspend.
Okay, legislator.
Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff.
No.
Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines.
No.
Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman.
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Keller votes yes. Mr. Keophit-Lassie.
Yes.
Keophit-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci.
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Wilcox votes no. Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 20-9. Rules of the legislature are suspended.
Please stay seated. I'd like to introduce Reverend Julius Jackson Jr. of Trinity Emmanuel Presbyterian Church, who has been invited by Legislator Michael Udison to lead us in a moment of prayer. Reverend?
Good evening. Let us mute ourselves as we prepare to go to the Lord in prayer. Let us pray. Lord God, we come to you tonight calling on you from many faiths and even those of no faith, yet all recognizing that there exists a proverbial hill of which we must look to in moments of both strength and weakness. It is truly from that hill that comes our strength, and we thank you that you allow us the opportunity to climb that hill to request a portion of your power. So tonight, God of our strength, God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lord, we come right now to ask for your blessings upon this legislative body and the work that they have begun and have yet to pursue in legislation. No matter the party affiliation, no matter the race, color, creed, or gender, Mother, Father, Spirit, God, we come together this evening with the prayers for and over your people. In the midst of this pandemic, we engage now in a prayer-demic that will remove PTSD, a prayer-demic that will remove fear and timidity, a prayer-demic that, if not already present, will enter the hearts and minds of all of our selected, elected, and directed officials, granting the wisdom to lovingly think and act boldly. Specifically, our Lord, our light, and our salvation, we ask now for a great and powerful move that will remove complicity and complacency for such a time as this. Let your love, let your peace, let your justice and your righteousness rule, overrule, and superrule over selfishness, marginalization, greed, and hostility, replacing it with a love of God and neighbor as self. Help each and every one of us to all become agents of salvation, emancipation, liberty, liberation, and justice for all. In giving you all the glory, the honor, and the praise, this is our prayer this evening. In the mighty, matchless name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
correct?
Yes, we will be, yes.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Please stand as Legislator Baroff will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time, I ask you to remain standing. Without objection, we will take agenda item number 57 out of the regular agenda order. Agenda item number 57 is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator Felder. Will the clerk please read the resolution expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of James Robert Pond, former Director of Transportation for Monroe County?
Expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of James Robert Pond, former Director of Transportation for Monroe County. Be resolved that the Monroe County Legislature expresses its deepest sympathy at the recent passing of James Robert Pond, former Director of Transportation for Monroe County. And whereas James passed away on Tuesday, October 12th, at the age of 62. Jim was an active member of the Pittsford Community Church. He was also involved in the Tahawas Adirondack Hikers, the band Nebula, and the LPGA and PGA. He additionally rode with a Saturday morning bike group and rode his bike to work for over 8 years on local bike trails. As an avid traveler, he visited the whole continental United States with his family. And whereas James was a well-respected member of the Monroe County Department of Transportation for nearly 28 years. Prior to his employment by the county, he served for 6 years in the United States Navy. Three of these years were served as a Seabee. After earning a bachelor's degree from Tulane and a master's from Rensselaer Polytechnic, he began to work for the county as their senior traffic engineer, eventually working his way up to the Director of Transportation for Monroe County. Jim was also a longtime member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers and the New York State Association of Transportation Engineers. And whereas Jim is survived by his wife, Mary Pond, and his son, Zachary James Pond, his daughter, Jennifer Allison Hardy, and her husband, Michael Hardy. He is also survived by his mother, Marguerite Pond, his sister and brother-in-law, Jean and William Hepp, and niece and nephew, Michelle and Brian Hepp. He will be remembered for his commitment to serving the people of Monroe County.
It's muted.
Be it further resolved that the clerk of the legislature is hereby requested to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted unanimously with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Copies of the Day 18, October 12, 2021 Journal are available through Novus Agenda. Without exception, the journal will stand approved as submitted. Legislators, the referrals submitted to the legislature for the next committee cycle are available on Novus Agenda as well as online. Also included is the veto of local law intro number 354 of 2021 entitled Regulating Sale of Catalytic Converters. There are no proclamations scheduled for this evening. There are no formal committee reports scheduled for this evening. We'll now hold the public forum. Mr. Clerk.
We had some submissions submitted to me, and I will read them. The first email submission was from Syed Mustafa. Good evening, President Carbone, Majority Leader Brew, and members of the Monroe County Legislature. My name is Ahmad Mustafa, and I am the president of the Northeast Quadrant Advanced Life Support in Webster Emergency Medical Service in Webster. I'm a practicing paramedic, and I have been a volunteer firefighter and EMT paramedic since 1990. I'm presenting to you through David to again raise my hand for emergency medical service. Since early 2020, when the county executive and Dr. Mendoza started regular calls to discuss the COVID situation, I have tried to consistently ask what the county is going to do for EMS through the pandemic and after. Now, almost 2 years have passed and nothing has been done to recognize the EMTs and paramedics of Monroe County for their dedication to the communities they serve in the face of the worst pandemic in U.S. history. The EMS agencies that serve the county and its residents have been hit hard by slower or reduced payments from those we serve, increasing labor, fuel, equipment, and supply costs. A few agencies have provided COVID testing to our fellow first responders in fire, police, and dispatch without a single dollar of compensation. Is that fair? As I have written to all of you several emails since March of 2020, EMS must be acknowledged in Monroe County, and we must receive support from the county, or the quality of emergency medical service may suffer, which could have a direct impact on people's lives. I had the opportunity to meet legislators Lamar, Felder, and Flagler Mitchell a few weeks ago. They all seemed quite surprised when I told them about the struggles of EMS. However, within 15 minutes of discussion, almost half the people in the room had a story about the firsthand knowledge of delayed EMS response due to staff shortages, long turnaround times at hospitals, or just too many calls for too few ambulances. Our next speaker was from Lawrence Schillinger. This statement is respectfully provided on behalf of the Institute of Scrap Recycling Industries by Lawrence Schillinger, an environmental attorney who has represented the recycling industry in New York for more than 3 decades. Intro number 21-0258 was ostensibly drafted to deter the theft of catalytic converters. The bill, however, will do absolutely nothing, I repeat, nothing, to deter the theft of catalytic converters. We urge all legislators to vote no on the override. What this bill will do, unfortunately, is damage Monroe County scrap recycling facilities by placing in-county scrap processing facilities at a disadvantage to scrap processing in adjoining counties. Please take into consideration the following. 1. Catalytic converters are most commonly sold to scrap processing facilities in conjunction with mixed loads of automotive scrap. If a customer is told that Monroe County law forbids payment for 14 days, that customer will be diverted to an out-of-county recycling facility. And consider this, most customers are repeat and frequent scrappers. Once diverted, that customer may never return. Catalytic converter theft is predominantly a crime perpetuated by organized theft rings. The legislation will have no impact whatsoever on these criminal syndicates. 3. The notion that catalytic converter theft is being perpetuated spontaneously by a desperate addict is simply wrong. No way will a person with a substance abuse addiction spend $250 on a cordless metal saw rather than on feeding the addiction. 4. There are approximately 500 people employed in Monroe County by the scrap industry. The legislation before you will put many of these jobs at risk for nothing. 5. In sum, this legislation Our next speaker is from Shirley Thompson. Dear President Carbone and members of the legislature, I'm a member of Team Lakai and I'm writing about the actions of one of your colleagues. He remains unnamed in your meetings, but he is the man who sent a picture to Lakai Sinclair in 2020 when she was just 19 years old. It is as distasteful for me to write that as it may be for you to read, but that is what is before us. Since I addressed this body in October, I succumbed to my old addiction of smoking cigarettes on a few occasions. I share that because I want you to know that I understand something about addictions. They're not easily overcome, and I have to work very hard every day to not engage in behavior that will probably take me to an early grave if I continue. Your colleague appears to have an addiction and engaging in reckless sexual behavior. I don't think he can help doing things like sending pictures to women and in some cases having sexual intercourse with them. It is his responsibility to get help to overcome his addiction. It is your responsibility to create an environment that discourages this type of conduct and holds accountable those who do not meet the standards of behavior the public expects from its elected officials. Except for Legislator Barnhart, I have not received a single response to Team Lakai's inquiries about what the legislature is doing about this matter and how we might assist you. My phone calls to the chair of the Agenda Charter Committee have also gone unanswered. Shirley Thompson. Our next submission was from Victoria Booth. Whereas there is not currently full information and disclosure on all aspects of the COVID vaccines, including a full list of ingredients, any and all side effects, which ingredients could be toxic to the body, and what adverse events are possible to provide informed consent. Whereas full information on vaccine testing and what the side effects of the vaccines for those with cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and other diseases, including those who have already had COVID, has not been disseminated to the general public, and details and assurances that the vaccine has been fully, independently, and rigorously tested against control groups, and the subsequent outcomes of those tests has also not been disclosed for informed consent. Whereas there are legal requirements for informed consent that relate to the above two notations, as well as the fact that the vaccine has not been fully approved and only approved for emergency use, hence an experiment. Whereas there are multiple treatments available and not being utilized to cure persons with COVID, and the morbidity rate of COVID is less than 1%. Whereas the 7-day rolling average of new COVID cases on November 8, 2020 was 155, with 256 that day, without vaccine. And the 7-day rolling average for the past 7 days is 311, with a certain number of people vaccinated, showing that there are more cases averaged this past week with the vaccine than last year without the vaccine. We are asking for this legislative body to step in and negate the current mandates for vaccines, whether put forth by the county, state, or federal government, or by OSHA. Respectfully, Victoria Booth. Our next submission was from Carol Morissette. My son and I have medical exemptions because we both had bad reactions to vaccines in the past. In 2001, I received vaccines to attend nursing school. I became very ill. I had dizziness, vertigo, multiple chemical sensitivity, and broke out in a rash all over, accompanied by wheezing. I developed fibromyalgia shortly after the vaccines. This was documented by my doctor as a severe reaction. In 2004, I had the tuberculosis test that was required. I turned a pale gray and had difficulty walking, dizziness, and I had a sharp stabbing pains in my kidney and had to go to the emergency room. When our son was born in 2003, he was a healthy child other than having hydronephrosis of the kidney. But after his first series of shots, he developed severe skin and food allergies. He was unable to drink formula, looked like he had chicken pox with dots all over his body. His knuckles and earlobes were constantly broken out in a rash and bleeding. He became allergic to everything and became photosensitive to the sun. We both react to foreign substances being put into our body. To take a vaccine with mRNA technology would be deadly to us. You can't mandate this for everyone because you do not know how each individual will react, whether they have allergies or not. There have been over 17,000 deaths from the COVID vaccine reported into the VAERS system. There have not been any studies on the long-term effects from this shot. We should not coerce anyone into taking the shot. Where is the love and compassion for each other gone within the last 2 years? Our medical system and our supply chain is breaking down quickly with all the mandates. We will see communism and starvation if we don't stand up for ourselves and our children and grandchildren. Our next submission was from James Van Brederode. On behalf of the Monroe County Chiefs Association, I would like to thank those legislators that supported and passed the catalytic converter bill. This bill would have slowed down the immediate issuance of cash for catalytic converters at local scrap yards. Unfortunately, it was vetoed. However, I am sure with proper leadership, some reasonable middle ground could be reached. I also believe neighboring counties would most likely join Monroe County in the efforts. The issue of stolen converters continues. Our residents continue to be victimized daily. Gates had over 70 thefts since May 1st. Any scrapyard that takes in a perfectly good catalytic converter to be recycled is not well intentioned. The people who run these businesses are knowingly making a profit off of crime. American greed. Sincerely, James Van Brederode. Our next submission was from Larissa Krupp. This is a question that I have from Monroe County's legislature meeting for November 9, 2021. Besides the fact that these meetings should be held in person for the constituents of Monroe County, tax-paying citizens of the state of New York and the United States of America. My question is, with Florida now experiencing the lowest COVID rates in the United States of America, has the Monroe County legislature reached out to a counterpart in Florida to understand what steps Florida has taken to achieve the success they have? I see that masking children in schools is a choice, as well as upholding the God-given constitutional rights in regards to medical freedom. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Larissa Krupp. Our last submission is from Cheryl Jorger. I'm concerned that the meeting is not in person. It's time to put the endemic aside. Yes, it's an endemic, and get back to business as usual. Concerns. How many people from age 0 to 30 have died from COVID in Monroe County? Not with COVID, and with no underlying comorbidity. Why are we discounted natural immunity and early treatments? Don't you listen to the FDA? Or don't you listen to FDA? I did the reason for giving the EUA shot to 5 through 11-year-olds is because we will never know if it's safety if we don't. This is unsafe to say the least. This shot is still in experimental stages for at least 2 years. Did they add a heart medication to these shots in case they might cause a heart injury to our children? Why did the pharma company do that? Lastly, mandates for a disease that is 99.997% survivable, has treatments, and in most cases, people recover from home is outrageous. Put our healthcare workers back to work and stop the unnecessary mandates. Carol Georgia. This concludes the public forum.
At this time, we'll recess the November 9th, 2021 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature, and we will convene the Gates Chiley Ogden Sewer District, the Runaway Bay South Central, Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and the Rochester Pure Waters District of the Pure Waters Administrative Board. If there are no objections, for the purpose of scheduling a public hearing on December 14, 2021, before the Pure Waters Administrative Board and establishing charges for each district, we'll move this with one introductory table all districts with one vote, and fix the public hearing for each district with one vote. The clerk
Point of
will
order?
see to.
What's the point of order?
Well, I think there's an error in the dates, and so it's hard, we won't be able to actually do this one vote if there are different dates on the referrals, on the PWAB's votes that are part of the county legislative vote. Remember, they get 2 votes, one in PWAB and one in county legislature. In the county legislative side of things, there are different dates out there, December 14th and December 2nd, I want to say. I can double check. And these, it's all December 14th. And I think that's a problem because they have to be exactly alike. Remember, because both the PWAB and Monroe County Legislature have to approve these things.
Legislator
So-
Baroff,
Yes. So if you compare PWAB item number 1 to the matter of urgencies, item number 39, you look at the times they're scheduled for. One is scheduled for December 2nd and one is scheduled for December 14th, same thing. Unless I'm wrong, I could be wrong.
President Carbone, this is Legislator Brew.
I think we lost them, Steve.
Oh. Well, they'll come back. They came back last time. The Legislative Brew, do you see what I'm talking about?
Legislator Baroth, I just wanted to ascertain, so is this simply just an error in the submission as far as the incorrect dates being posted? Do these need to be, in your opinion, do these need to be redone, or by doing these on an individual basis, does that suffice? I guess I'm just asking for your opinion.
The individual basis would correct any problem for any other one of the PWABs. The one that has different dates would be an issue.
Legislator Baroff, we got cut off by accident. We had to reconnect, and the clerk has a comment. Let him.
Okay, I could be wrong.
you hear me?
Legislator Baroff, can you hear the clerk?
No.
Oh, shoot.
I could hear him. Maybe you could try again.
Legislator Baroff, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, for the, I just want to get this, for the tier one.
Mr. President, this is Jeff McCann from the administration.
Yes.
Can you hear me? We have Mike Garland is available. I think he can shed light on the situation that's being questioned right now.
Go ahead, Mr. Garland.
Through Mr. President, there are certain actions that I know are taken by the legislature that will occur on that Thursday night, particularly the assessment rolls and in the county operating budget itself. The projects associated with the increase in improvement projects, those public hearings would occur on the 14th. And I believe the fixing the public hearing for the scale of charges would also occur on the 14th, because that's when the PWAB is in session. So based on what I'm reviewing here, these appear to be correct dates.
Yeah, thank you,
Mr. President, just so you, I've been looking at this while we had time. The issue specifically with item 21-395, I found out the discrepancy. It is listed in Monroe County's thing on item number 40, item 39 to 41, there is no corresponding PWAB referral. It's missing.
Let's see.
Six is that corresponding.
Through the president, I understand, again, that being a specific legislative action to schedule public hearings for the assessment rolls, that does not require PWAB authorization.
Okay. That clarifies. I'm so sorry for interrupting, but I was very concerned that we're going to have a public meeting that had conflicting dates. So it looks like it's resolved. Sorry about that.
Okay, we're good then, Legislator Baroff?
Yes, thank you.
To give the clerk a little credit, that's exactly what Mr. Garland said. We got,
Oh, couldn't hear him. Sorry.
but thank you, Mr. Garland, for confirming that. Clerk, was here.
Mr. President, thank you. You're welcome.
Numbers are assigned to each. Mr. Clerk, please note the attendance and read the first item on the agenda.
PWAB agenda items number 1, 7, 11, and 15. Referral number 21-0396. Establishing scale charges for Gates Chalet Ogden Sewer District, County Sewer District of Monroe, New York. Establishing scale charges for Arundecoy Bay South Central Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York. Establishing scale of charges for Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, County Sewer District of New York, or of County of Monroe, New York, and establishing scale of charges for Rochester Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York.
Moved by Legislator Wright, seconded by Legislator Lahanty. These are for introductory purposes only. Next item.
PWAB agenda items number 2, 8, 12, and 16. Referral 21-0396. Providing that resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for Gates Chalet Ogden Sewer District, County Sewer District of County of Monroe, New York. And tabled, providing that resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for Arundecoy Bay South Central Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe. Providing that resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, County Sewer District of County of Monroe, New York, and providing that resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for Rochester Pure Waters District, County Sewer District of County of Monroe, New York, be tabled.
By Legislator Wright, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. These are motions to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Items carry. Next, please.
PWAB agenda items, item numbers 3, 9, 13, and 17. Referral 21-0396. Fixing a public hearing for scale of charges for Gates Chalet Ogden Sewer District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York. Fixing public hearing for scale of charges for Arundecoy Bay South Central Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York. Fixing public hearing for scale of charges for Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York. And fixing public hearing for scale of charges for Rochester Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York.
Moved by Legislator Wright, seconded by Legislator Gimpy. This is to set the public hearings. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda item number 4, referral 21-0404. Authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in Rochester Pure Waters District General Collection System and Treatment Plant Improvements.
Moved by Legislator Wright, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda item number 5, referral 21-0406. authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities, Waters District, Frank E. Van Laer Water Resource Recovery Facility, secondary clarifier improvement.
Moved by legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
You have agenda item number 10, referral 21-0402, authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in Gage Charlie Ogden Sewer District, general collection system improvements.
Moved by legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
You have agenda item number 14, referral 21-0400, authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in Arundecoy Bay South Central Pure Waters District, general pump station and interceptor improvements.
Moved by legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
You have agenda item number 18, referral 21-0398, authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, general pump station, interceptor, and treatment plant.
Moved by legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. We will now recess the Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, Arundecoy Bay South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and Rochester Pure Waters District, and adjourn the Pure Waters Administrative Board. The November 9th, 2021 meeting of the legislature is reconvened. We will now proceed with the consideration of local laws. Will the clerk please read the first item on the agenda?
Item number 1, referral 21-0258.LL, providing that the veto by the county executive of local law, intro number 354 of 2021, entitled Regulating Sale of Converters, be reconsidered, repassed, and adopted.
Move, Mr. President.
Second, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Boyce. This is to reconsider, repass, and adopt. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote, please.
roll call vote, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Blue,
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder, Mr. Felder, Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer,
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello,
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart,
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff,
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines,
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce,
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby,
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty,
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio,
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer,
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman,
No.
Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert,
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keefe-Lassie,
Yes.
Mr. Keefe-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar,
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci,
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti,
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman,
No.
Roman votes no. Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor,
Yes.
Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Beautiful. Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Mr. Wright votes
Mr. President, this is Legislator Brew.
Yes. Legislator.
No.
Yeah, Legislator Felder has just informed me that he is having technical difficulties.
It's
And-
fixed now. It's fine.
Are you okay? Okay.
Yes.
You're at Mr. Eagleston.
Are you okay?
Legislator Udelson? Oh, we didn't hear you. Legislator Udelson.
My vote was no.
Okay, no.
Mr. Eagleson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. 20-9.
29.
Reconsider, repass, and adopt passes.
Very good. Next.
Item number 2, referral 21-0365.LL, an act of local law authorizing a lease by negotiation with L3 Harris Technologies for a portion of the building located at 999 Bean Road.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Brew. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item, please.
Item number 3, referral 21-0365.LL, providing that local law intro number blank of 2021 entitled authorizing a lease by negotiation with L3 Harris Technologies for a portion of the building located at 999 Bean Road be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, by legislator Brew. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Next item.
Item number 4, referral 21-0365.LL, fixing a public hearing on local law entitled authorizing a lease by negotiation with L3 Harris Technologies for a portion of the building located at 999 Bean Road.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by
Second.
legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Brew. This is to set the public hearing. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. We will now proceed with the consideration of motions, resolutions, and notices. Will the
Move it,
clerk-
Mr. President.
Pardon? Will the clerk please read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 5, referral 21-0355, providing that intro number 466 of 2021 be lifted from the table.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Ansello, seconded by legislator Taylor and Delahanty. This is to lift from the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 6, referral 21-0355, providing that resolution intro number 466 of 2021 entitled authorizing intermunicipal agreements with municipalities for Rochester Monroe County Youth Bureau programs in 2021 be adopted.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By legislator Ansello, seconded by legislators Taylor and Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 7, referral 21-0356, providing that intro number 468 of 2021 be lifted from the table.
Moved by legislator Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to lift from the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next, number 8.
Item number 8, referral 21-0356, providing that resolution intro number 468 of 2021 entitled authorizing contracts with non-profit entities for
Rochester Bureau Program be adopted.
Moved by legislator Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this?
Yes, President Carbone.
Go ahead, legislator Boyce.
Yes, last legislative meeting, I had questioned whether the youth board had met before these were considered to come before the legislature. And I've asked that I do receive the minutes from these youth board meetings. I will rest that these have occurred and that they were discussed with the youth board. I do, however, am disappointed in the fact that the chair of the board was not included in the distribution of the Zoom meeting invites, as well as any of the minutes that were to be dispersed amongst the board members. I hope that these have been rectified, and I do am very, very supportive of youth programs for all Monroe County youth. So I will support this tonight, but I ask that that we keep this in mind in moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Number 9.
Item number 9, referral 21-0364, amending the Monroe County budget and resolution 211 of 2020, increasing Monroe County's contribution to Monroe Community College for payment of tech fees for 2021-2022 school year.
Moved by legislator Alcoffer,
Move on, Mr. President.
seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item, please.
Item number 10, referral 21-0364, providing that resolution entitled amending the Monroe County budget and resolution 211 of 2020, increasing Monroe County's contribution to Monroe Community College for payment of tech fees for 2021-2022 school year be amended.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Hebert, seconded by legislator Brew. This is a motion to amend. Is there any discussion on this?
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, for the benefit of the legislators, I wanted to tell them why this tech fee had to be amended. After consultation with the county law department, it has been determined that the referred resolution and the specific legislative action required, the second legislative action required must reference resolution 345 of 2020 and not resolution 211 of 2020. The law department has made this recommendation as it is more appropriate to amend the 2021 Monroe County budget rather than the specific Monroe Community College operating budget, as the Monroe County budget is the original source document for such operating budget. That's the reason for the amendment. That's what the amendment contains, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Is there any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 11, referral 21-0364, providing that resolution amending the Monroe County budget and resolution 345 of 2020, increasing Monroe County's contribution to Monroe Community College for payment of tech fees for 2021-2022 school year be adopted as amended.
Moved by legislator Alcoffer, seconded by legislator.
President.
This is to adopt as amended. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item, please, number 12.
Hang on one second, we're just having a little technical difficulty. We good? Item number 12, referral 21-0366, authorizing a contract with Labella Associates for professional engineering services for Iowa Combined Heat and Power Plant Improvements Project.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Next item, 13.
Item number
Hey, Mr. President, this is Legislator Brew. If I could have just a moment, please.
Go ahead.
Through the president to the clerk, I'm not sure of the other legislators, but our clerk of the legislator, to me, is barely audible. And I don't know if this is prevalent across the Zoom meeting or if it's just me.
It's because we're technical. We have to share the microphone here. We're going to do the best we can. Why don't you go over here?
I'll slide down, yeah.
That was easy, right?
And anything would be an improvement. Thank you.
Second, Steve.
Might help if everybody muted their lines to mitigate the background noise as well.
Can everybody hear me right here?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Item number 13. Referral 21-0367, accepting funding from New York State Office of Addiction Services and Supports and amending Resolution 405 of 2017 as amended by Resolution 88 of 2020, Resolution 254 of 2020, Resolution 409 of 2020, and Resolution 224 of 2021, amending and increasing contract with Prime Care Medical of New York.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 14, referral 21-0368, amending 2022-2027 capital improvement program to advance sheriff's incident command post vehicle from 2023 to 2022.
Move it, Mr. President.
Legislator Boyce.
Second.
Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this?
Yeah, Mr. President,
Yes.
Legislator Colby,
Go ahead, legislator Colby.
could I have just a brief description of what kind of vehicle it is? Is this another van or is this a self-propelled like a RV motorhome that's been converted to command center? Just curious. Through you, Mr. President, to the Sheriff's Department, I believe.
Through the chair, Jennifer Curley here. It is actually going to be a Freightliner M2 single axle chassis to keep with fleet continuity. It'll be approximately 40 feet in design, just for a workspace and being able to move it around. So I think when I submitted, there was questions at last committee. I submitted a picture of it. If you don't have that, I can certainly submit it again.
I don't have it, but that's not necessary. Your description was fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 15, referral 21-0369, authorizing contract with Lawrence Cloner for professional services for law enforcement subject matter expert team lead for public safety law enforcement technology systems.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Seconded by legislator Dondorfer. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 16, referral 21-0370, accepting 2 grants from New York State Department of Health for support of Monroe County Nurse Family Partnership Program and amending Resolution 270 of 2021, amending and increasing contract with Community Care of Rochester, DBA Visiting Nurse Signature Care.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Legislator Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 17, referral 21-0371, accepting grant from New York State Department of Health for local health department support for COVID-19 vaccine response program.
Moved by legislator Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 19, referral 21-0373, amending 2022-2027 capital improvement program to add project entitled Public Health Communicable Disease Data Management System Replacement and Implementation Support Services for Electronic Health Record System.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 20, referral 21-0374, accepting grant from New York State Office for Aging and authorizing contract with Lifespan of Greater Rochester for New York State Elder Abuse Education and Outreach Program.
Very good.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion?
Yes,
Hearing-
Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is that?
Legislator Boyce, I apologize.
Go ahead, legislator Boyce. You have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, to the administration, can you tell me, has the number of, people that are using this increased during the COVID over the last year?
Mr. President, we have Steve Newcomb or Thalia Wright available to answer that.
Yeah, this is Steve Newcomb, Director Office for the Aging, through the chair. Some of these issues have taken on a different twist in that during COVID, a lot of folks did not venture outside. Some of this financial abuse is taking place internally amongst family members. The issue itself is very disconcerting for family members to share with outside authorities if it does involve a family member. So there's a lot of nuance to how to approach these issues. Through the chair.
Through the chair, that quite didn't answer my question, Mr. Newcomb. Has it increased? I understand the nuances had changed, but do we have raw data with regards to how many people were served with regards to this particular referral?
Legislator Boyce, if they don't have that information, would you be satisfied if they could look it up, get some information and submit it to you in writing?
That would be fine. I understand that maybe people didn't venture out, but it also includes a outreach component of this. So I was curious as to, how we were managing that.
There's, through the chair, there's a quarterly Zoom meeting done on a quarterly basis, held with all the folks that were typically involved with the in-person meetings. And these are trainings to professionals to providing public information, acknowledging World Elder Abuse Awareness Month, as well as direct interventions by financial management and guardianship services, geriatric addiction clinic, as well as forensic accountants.
Thank you, Mr. Newcomb.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. I believe that was number 20, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, 21.
Item number 21, referral 21-0375, accepting grant from New York State Office for the Aging and authorizing contract with Lifespan of Greater Rochester for year 2 of 3 of the 2020-2023 Lifespan Respite Care Program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 22, referral 21-0376, accepting grant from New York State Office for the Aging and authorizing contract with Lifespan of Greater Rochester for 2021-2026 Lifespan Respite Care Program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next, 23, I'm sorry.
Item number 23, referral 21-0377, authorizing contract with the University of Rochester Medical Center to provide ventilator and pediatric unit staffing at Monroe Community Hospital.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Porter, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Hasman.
Go ahead, legislator Hasman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to declare my interest.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 24, referral 21-0378, classification of action and determination of significance pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act for the acquisition of interest in real property for fiber optic permanent easement located at Eastridge Road in town of Arundel.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Keller. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 25, referral 21-0379, authorizing acquisition of interest in real property for fiber optic permanent easement located on Eastridge Road in town of Arundel.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 26, referral 21-0380, approving increase and improvement of facilities in Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, acquisition of property at 13 and 15 Carroll Street in the village of Churchville.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right. Seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item, please.
Item number 27, referral 21-0380, providing that resolution entitled Improving Increase and Improvement of Facilities in Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, acquisition of property at 13 and 15 Carroll Street from Village of Churchville be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 28, referral 21-0380, calling a public hearing for the purpose of considering a proposed increase and improvement of facilities in Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, acquisition of property at 13 and 15 Carroll Street from Village of Churchville.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Secretary Delahanty, this is set the public hearing. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 29, referral 21-0382, amending 2022-2027 capital improvement program to increase funding for MCRC and RRF facilities improvements project.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 30, referral 21-0383, authorizing intermunicipal agreement with Niagara County Sheriffs to house high-risk inmate at Niagara County Jail.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second, Mr. President.
Second.
Seconded by legislators Boyce and Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 31, referral 21-0384, authorizing public safety psychology, occupational, psychiatric, and psychological testing.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By legislator Boyce, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 32, referral 21-0385, accepting grant from the United States Department of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Service for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program Process and Technology Improvement Grant.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Legislator Taylor, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Next.
Item number 33, referral 20-0386, amending 2021-2026 capital improvement program to advance the South Avenue, Elmwood Avenue to Bellevue Drive and Elmwood Avenue, Mount Hope Avenue to South Avenue project from 2022 to 2021, authorizing Director of Transportation to concur with City of Rochester's award for construction contract, and authorizing County Executive to enter into agreements, amendments, or other documents with the City of Rochester necessary to implement the county share of the project.
Moved by legislator Colby, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 34, referral 21-0386.BR. Resolution authorizing the issuance of $5,900,000 bonds of the County of Monroe, New York to finance the cost of the reconstruction and improvement of portions of South Avenue from Elmwood Avenue to Bellevue Drive and Elmwood Avenue from Mount Hope Avenue to South Avenue pursuant to section 131-K of the highway law in and for such county at an estimated maximum cost of $5,900,000 bond and superseding the bond resolution adopted on December 11th, 2018. Resolution 293, 2018.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 35, referral 21-0387, amending resolution 426 of 2020, increasing contract with HCCO for temporary staffing personnel for information technology services.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion on this?
Yes, Mr. President. Legislator Boyce.
Yes, legislator Boyce, you have the floor.
Yes, with regards to this, through the president to the administration, can you tell me, I don't remember seen using temporary staffing for information technology service. Is there something that's changed that we need to do this?
Mr. President, we have Jennifer Cusey available to answer that.
Hello, through the chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. We actually have been using temporary services for a very long time. I don't know, do you have a more specific question? This particular referral is to bring in some additional support because of the vaccination pods.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. That makes more sense. I appreciate
Okay.
that.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
thank you so much, Ms. Kuzi.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 36, referral 21-0388, authorizing to settle lawsuit in New York State Supreme Court, Monroe County, index number E201-900-6038.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 37, referral 21-0389, authorizing contract with CW Solutions, DBA CW Solutions for title and lien searches for Fast Forward Monroe programs.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 38, referral 21-0394, amending resolution 314 of 2021, authorizing intermunicipal agreement with Spencerport Fire District for purchase of Lucas automated chest compression device, to authorizing intermunicipal agreements with all local fire districts for reimbursement of COVID-19 related expenses in accordance with the CARES Act.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Ansella, seconded by legislators Boyce and Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this?
Yes, Mr. President, this is legislator Brew.
Go ahead, legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I would like to just say a few words about this legislation. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic impacted our first responders drastically, from being on the front lines of a global pandemic to now grappling with the financial consequences. We must continue to support them through these trying times. While I applaud the efforts to ensure funding for fire services, we must also protect all first responders to the best of our ability, including emergency medical service agencies. It is in the best interest of this community to utilize the expanded spending parameters of the American Rescue Plan and couple them with the CARES Act funding to ensure a holistic approach to helping our first responders. Unfortunately, this legislation only authorizes CARES Act IMAs with fire districts, which is why I move to amend the legislation to allow for ARPA funding IMAs with emergency medical service agencies. This will allow for both fire districts and EMS agencies to enter into IMAs with Monroe County, ensuring equal support and protection. And I believe the clerk has a copy of this amendment that he should be sharing on everybody's screen.
Do we have a second as well?
Second.
Second. I believe you can see the amendment is up on the screen now. Please let me know if you cannot see that.
Did everyone have a chance to read that? And is there any discussion on the amendment?
Mr. President, Joshua, legislator Barra.
Okay, legislator Barra, go ahead.
Am I okay to go ahead with questions and things now?
Yeah, sure you are.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to the maker of the motion, have you discussed this amendment with anyone in the administration?
Mr. President, through the legislator Broth, no, I have not.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, are they going to be looking at this? I assume you're looking at this for the first time. Do you have any initial reaction about any of the consequences or effects this might have that are not immediately obvious to us?
Mr. President, Robert Franklin, Finance Department. I will make mention that in the third paragraph of the legislative referral letter, we do reference that once the honor body approves this specific action, the intention is to execute similar agreements with emergency medical service providers in Monroe County to reimburse their eligible expenses.
Thank you. Then through the president, to the maker of the motion, given that, were you aware of that, or does that have nothing to do with why you made this amendment?
That actually had nothing to do with why we amended this. Our intent was to expand this to the EMS agencies to be able to take advantage of the permitted ARPA funding.
Thank you. So my understanding then, Mr. President, is that this amendment is essentially trying to do in one referral what the administration intended to do in at least two referrals, and presumably with a little more, and I don't say with any criticism, but a little more due diligence that the administration can bring to bear than does this legislative body. Given that, my preference, but I have a strong preference, would be to wait for the administration to actually do this. But before committing, I wanted to ask the administration again through the president, is this going to cause any difficulties for the administration moving forward?
Mr. President, again, Robert Franklin, Finance. I'm not sure I would characterize it as difficulty, but I would make mention to the legislature that the county does have CARES Act funding available. I note that the amendment still is date limited to calendar year 21. We should have sufficient CARES Act appropriations to accommodate the EMS service agencies without using ARPA funds.
Thank you. And then through the president to the administration, is it that the EMS was already qualified for this then under this referral without the amendment?
Mr. President, EMS providers likely have CARES Act eligible expenses that could be reimbursed through the county funding.
I see. So this is essentially, and again, I don't mean this in a mean way, it's a feel-good amendment. It's not providing anything of substantive change to the intent of the administration. Would you agree through the president?
Mr. President, yes, I would have to agree.
All right, thank you. I'll be opposing this amendment.
Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Mr. Franklin. It is my recollection that the CARES Act specifically prohibits monies from being given to the EMT services as part of the Department of Treasury directions for this. Am I mistaken?
Mr. President, we don't share that interpretation.
Through you, Mr. President, I would encourage the administration to take a look, because I believe that in the DOT's most recent guidance, it specifically prohibits the use of monies from CARES for the EMTs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Thank you. Through the president to the administration, I guess I'm a little bit confused. On the one hand, it was stated, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, I thought you said that your intention was to initiate another resolution in the future that would do what we are trying to do with this amendment. And then I thought you also answered Legislator Baratta saying that this wasn't necessary. It wasn't necessary to include EMS because they were already covered. So could you please clarify that for me?
Through you, Mr. President, no, we never said there was going to be a second referral. What we had said was in the third paragraph of this referral, we would have authorization to reimburse EMS services with that. And actually, if you don't mind, Mr. President, if we could take a moment here and just look at the guidance, I would hate to see this legislature take a vote and obligate funding, which I would also point out the ARPA funding, we are in the process of going through an extensive public participation process, of which there are still several meetings that are going to take place, and there's still time for public input to get public input on how these dollars should be invested in our community. And again, I would hate to see us approve something because there's a misunderstanding of where the CARES Act guidance is. Again, if I could just ask for your indulgence for a moment, if we could take a look at that very quickly.
All right, take your time, take your time.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
You want to, for him to come back with his,
Mr. President, Mr. Franklin's had the opportunity to take a look at that. Let me slide this to him.
Yeah, Mr. President, the county attorney and I are both looking at CARES Act guidance, and it does specifically include as potential eligible expenses associated with emergency medical services, including emergency medical transportation, as long as it relates to COVID-19.
Through you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Colby.
Go ahead, Legislator Colby.
So if I'm understanding this right, through you, Mr. President, to the administration, that this, another way of saying it is the amendment makes it more clear about funding for EMS than maybe the way you originally wrote this amendment. Would that be a fair assessment to the administration?
Through you, Mr. President, no, it wouldn't be. We are saying that we have the ability and the authority with this referral to do what this amendment is claiming to do. The amendment is not necessary. We have the authority with this referral passing as is to reimburse EMS organizations with this amendment as it stands.
Mr. President, this is Legislator Brew.
Go ahead, Legislator Brew.
So with the passing of this amendment, would it do anything to actually harm the allocation of funds to any of the agencies mentioned in the amendment?
Oh, sorry, Mr. President, we've been just chatting here. Can you ask that question just one more time?
Yes, through you, Mr. President, the administration. I'm just curious, is there anything that would put in harm the ability to deliver to the agencies mentioned in this referral with the passage of this amendment? In other words, Are we creating any additional difficulty in passing this amendment? My intent is just to broaden the net slightly and to include the extra provisions for, ARPA funding if so needed. I certainly recognize that the administration is undergoing, community input on ARPA funding. But the basis of my argument here is that the EMS agencies have been in dire need of this support for quite some time. And I do think that this matter is of an urgent nature, and that we can help these struggling agencies by passing this amendment, and as I just mentioned, broadening the net as far as potential funding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I will say, to the question, is there harm? I hate to categorize it that way. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you here, though. You're creating a tremendous amount of bureaucratic processing, because every project that we undertake under the American Rescue Plan is going to require us to report to the U.S. Treasury all kinds of information around the expenses we are reimbursing, how those expenses were incurred as a direct result of COVID-19, the specific census tracts in which populations were served. It's an incredible undertaking, and I think we can accomplish what you are trying to achieve utilizing the CARES Act funding, because this amendment is still time limited to calendar year 21. We can make the appropriations available through CARES Act. I'm not the lawyer here, but the amendment is talking about authorizing intermunicipal agreements, and we don't actually do that with not-for-profit EMS service agencies. We just execute regular contracts. And we do have that ability as the current referral is written. So that's a long-winded answer of saying I don't want to use the word harm, other than it's an incredible bureaucratic process once we start accessing American Rescue Plans, and I think we can accomplish your goals as the referral is written.
Yeah. Through the president to the administration, if I may, just a follow-up comment. So to the administration, wouldn't that also be true with any type of ARPA reimbursable expenditure for the county, that they would have to provide the census tract information and validate that that was indeed a legitimate expense to receive ARPA funding? So that would be true for not only the EMS agencies, but for any agency going forward, as those being identified, by the administration as worthy of ARPA funding going forward. So just, if you could just clarify that, it's just not a one-off to EMS agencies. This would be a requirement based upon the ARPA, guidelines, that the documentation be strictly provided by the county, correct?
Mr. President, that is correct. It's going to be horrible no matter what we do in terms of the bureaucratic processing behind our projects. I will also point out that, we have the system here. We will work with these entities just like we worked last year with the municipalities and the fire districts, because we got a lot of reimbursement requests for items that frankly had nothing to do with COVID-19, but our staff here, took the time, making phone calls, and really worked with them to make sure that the expenses they were submitting are CARES Act eligible. I think you all heard me kind of lament over whether this Lucas automated chest compression device was really related to a COVID-19 response, and the staff I work with here are really good at helping these agencies identify the actual reimbursable expenses. And we just want to be clear on that.
Okay. And through the president, I guess the administration, I certainly appreciate the hard work the administration puts in vetting all of these requests, and I am sure, absolutely sure, that many of them are, categorized as incorrect in their claims. My question would be, does ARPA or CARES funding allow for the administration to put extra staff on in order to administer the type of vetting that what you just described has to occur?
Mr. President, both CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan would allow our claim for administrative reimbursement for the work we do directly related to these projects.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I just thank you for your responses, Mr. Franklin. I certainly appreciate that. I would like to explain my vote. I am certainly appreciative of the work and the workload that this whole process, as in any federally funded process, there's a lot of strings attached, and I'm certainly well aware of that. But I think, we in order to provide the needed assistance out there, we sort of need to double down and just figure out a way to get it done, as cumbersome as it may be. And I'd also like to say that I fully support broadening the net to include ARPA funding. So I will be voting yes to support this amendment. Thank you.
Legislator Mafucci.
Legislator Mafucci.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration. So the number one in this amendment, in quotes, authorizing intermunicipal agreements with all local fire districts and emergency medical service providers, that's an incorrect statement, correct? You don't authorize intermunicipal agreements with EMS providers, correct?
Through the president, this is John Bringaway. Yes, that's correct. That would just be a regular contract.
Through the president to the administration, should the amendment say that, or are you comfortable with the current language?
Through the president, it would be better to strike the word intermunicipal. Or separate out intermunicipal agreements with the fire districts from agreements with emergency medical service providers.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Legislator DeFlorio.
Are you done? Are you relinquished the floor, Legislator Mafucci? Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Good.
Unless that's changed, I'll probably be voting against this, but I need to think about it a little more. Again, it's a surprise, so need to spend some time thinking about it. Thank you.
All righty, Legislator DeFlorio.
Yeah, so 2 additional questions, I believe. So a statement was made that putting the American Rescue Plan in here would obligate the county to use the American Rescue Plan. And I guess I looked at this as that it was sort of an option to use it if needed, not you have to use that first or in, so I guess I'm kind of confused about what the obligation would be to the administration.
Mr. President, if I or anyone else said we would be obligated to use American Rescue Plan, I'll just apologize for that. I don't believe I or anyone said we would be obligated, but if we did, that would be incorrect. The legislator's commentary about it would be an option is more accurate.
Thank you. And then through the president to the administration, could you also clarify? I thought it was communicated to me out in the community, and perhaps I'm wrong, but I thought that there were expenses that EMS agencies had tried to submit previously for CARES Act reimbursements and were told they didn't qualify or weren't eligible for CARES Act. Am I incorrect in that?
No, Mr. President. Back in 2020, when we had the legislative resolution authorizing IMAs with schools, municipalities, and fire districts, at that time, EMS agencies were not specifically authorized. Then subsequent to that, I think it was Gates Volunteer Ambulance submitted a request, and there was a referral to use American Rescue Plan funds. However, the expenses submitted predated March 11th of 21, which is the effective date of ARPA, so that made those ineligible for ARPA funds. Plus, I think there were some, if I'm recalling correctly, there were expenses on there that I would question, are they actually directly COVID-19 response and mitigation expenses? But again, we can work through the agencies on those issues.
So just so I'm clear, if an EMS agency has has expenses for 2021, they are already eligible to submit expenses to the county for CARES Act reimbursement? Is that statement correct?
Mr. President, we do need a signed agreement with those service agencies, and once executed, we could reimburse them for their direct COVID-19 response and mitigation expenses.
So they would already, I'm sorry, through the president to the administration, they would already be covered, is what you're saying, without this amendment being passed or without this resolution being passed. They're already covered. Is that correct?
In essence, Mr. President, yes.
And I'm sorry, one last question. So we did hear a letter read during public forum today from a EMS agency with regard to how much they're struggling right now. Would the information that was read during public hearing and his concerns be reimbursable or potentially reimbursable through CARES Act funding without any additional action by this legislative body?
Mr. President, I'm just going to make a general yes without additional action by the legislature.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, Legislator Cole.
I call the question.
Mr. President,
Yes,
Legislator Mafucci, I do have one more question if I could ask it.
You called the question.
called the question.
Okay.
Let's go to roll call vote on the question.
You can withdraw calling the question, though.
There's no second.
No answer.
You can withdraw calling the question. You can take it back if you wanted to.
You want to withdraw? I don't think so, do you?
No,
No, okay, we're gonna go to a roll
This is a
call.
roll call vote on the question.
So I can't ask my question.
Yeah, those are the rules. Yeah, those are the rules, Legislator Mafucci. If somebody.
Okay,
calls-
I just want to make sure I'm being shut down. That's fine. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. President. Was the call to move the question seconded?
I second it.
It was moved by legislator Colby and seconded.
I second it.
Legislator Flagler Mitchell seconded.
Well, you can't, well, it's point of order. If Legislator Mafucci asked to speak and there was no second, he has to be allowed to speak. Then you move the question. You can't do that to him.
I'm good. I'm good. Let's move on.
well, let's either move on or let them question. I just want to.
Nope, I'm good. Thanks. Let's move on.
Oh, God. All right, roll
Roll-
call vote.
Roll
the
call
question.
vote on the call to question or roll call vote on the motion to amend?
Well, if legislator Mafucci doesn't care, we'll go to the roll call vote on the amendment.
I'm good.
But we have to go on the roll call, we have to vote on the call of the question.
Okay, roll call vote on the call to question. Mr. Brew,
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder,
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer,
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello,
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff,
Actually, no, sorry.
no?
No,
Votes no. Mr.
No.
Baines,
Yes.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce,
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby,
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty,
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio,
Sorry, yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer,
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman,
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert,
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keelfit-Lassie,
Yes.
Mr. Keelfit-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar,
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci,
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marinetti,
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman,
Yes.
Ms. Roman votes yes. Ms. Smith,
Yes. Yes.
Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor,
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox,
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Ms. Wright,
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Mr. Cochran,
Yes.
Cochran votes yes. President Carbone. President Carbone votes yes. Call question.
Okay, now
Roll
we're gonna
call vote.
roll call vote on the-
Roll call vote on the amendment.
I think we
Somebody,
should-
somebody.
We got a little feedback going on. Okay, this is a roll call vote on the amendment.
Roll call vote on the amendment. Mr. Brew,
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder,
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer,
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello,
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff,
no,
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines,
Yes.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce,
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby,
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty,
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio,
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer,
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman votes yes.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Hebert,
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Ms. Hasman also voted yes. Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keelfit-Lassie,
Yes.
Mr. Keelfit-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar,
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci,
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marinetti,
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli,
yes,
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Ms. Roman,
Yes.
Ms. Roman votes yes. Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor,
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox.
No.
Wilcox. Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Mr. Udelson.
Legislator Udelson? Are you muted? Are you muted?
I voted yes. Sorry if you didn't hear me.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Carbone.
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. Motion to amend passes 27-2.
Mr. President,
Yes.
before we move forward, I just want to put on the record that I'm a no for item 37. I tried to say something, but my item, I couldn't unmute for some reason. But I am a no for item 37. I don't believe that the county exec should be to hire a company to search for liens.
Yeah, technical. Okay. Thank you, Legislator.
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you.
Okay, so we passed the amendment back to the original referral as amended.
Yes.
Any discussion on that? The original referral as amended. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, do we need to go to another roll call vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. Next, matters of urgency.
Item number 39, referral 21-0395, confirming and adopting assessment roles of Pure Waters districts for 2022 and confirmation of and adoption of assessment roles.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item.
Item number 40, referral 21-0395, providing that resolution entitled confirming and adopting assessment roles of Pure Waters District for 2022 be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Carries. Next item. 41.
Item number 41, referral 21-0395, scheduling public hearings for assessment roles of the Pure Waters districts for 2022 and confirmation of and adoption of assessment roles.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is to set the public hearing. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 42, referral 21-0397, approving increase and improvement of facilities in Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, general pump station, interceptor, and treatment plant improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item, please, number 43.
Item number 43, referral 21-0397, providing that resolution entitled improving increase and improvement of facilities in Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, general pump station, interceptor, and treatment plant improvements be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Legislator Delahanty, this is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 44, referral 21-0397, calling a public hearing for the purpose of considering a proposed increase and improvement of facilities in Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, general pump station, interceptor, and treatment plant improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. 44.
This is number 44.
This is to set the public hearing.
Yes.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. 45.
Item number 45, referral 21-0399, approving increase and improvement of facilities in Irondequoit Bay, South Central Pure Waters District, general pump station and interceptor improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item.
Item number 46, referral 21-0399, providing that resolution entitled Improving Increase and Improvement of Facilities in Arundecoyt Bay, South Central Pure Waters District, General Pump Station and Interceptor Improvements be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next, 47.
Item number 47, referral 21-0397 or 399, calling a public hearing for the purpose of considering a proposed increase in improvement of facilities in Arundecoyt Bay, South Central Pure Waters District, General Pump Station and Interceptor Improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to set the public hearing. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Number 48.
Item number 48, referral 21-0401, approving increase in improvement of facilities in Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, Rural Collection System Improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item.
Item number 49, referral 21-0401, providing that resolution entitled Approving Increase and Improvement of Facilities in Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, General Collection System Improvements be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 50, referral 21-0401, calling a public hearing for the purpose of considering a proposed increase in improvement of facilities in Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, General Collection System Improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By legislator Wright, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This set the public hearing. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 50, referral 21-0403, approving increase in improvement of facilities in Rochester Pure Waters District, General Collection System and Treatment Plant Improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item.
Item number 52, referral 21-0403, providing that resolution entitled Approving Increase in Improvement of Facilities in Rochester Pure Waters District General Collection System and Treatment Plant Improvements and authorizing appropriation transfer.
Be tabled.
Be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next.
Item number 53, referral 21-0403, calling a public hearing for the purpose of considering a proposed increase and improvement of facilities in Rochester Pure Waters District, General Collection System and Treatment Plant Improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
You're right, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to set the public hearing. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. 54.
Item number 54, referral 21-0405, approving increase and improvement of facilities in Rochester Pure Waters District, Frank E. Van Laer Water Resource Recovery Facility, secondary clarifier improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Senator Delahanty, this is for introductory purposes only. Next item, 55.
Item number 55, referral 21-0405, providing that resolution entitled Approving Increase in Improvement of Facilities in Rochester Pure Waters District, Frank E. Van Laer Water Resource Recovery Facility, secondary clarifier improvements be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Right, second by legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. 56.
Item number 56, referral 21-0405, calling a public hearing for the purpose of considering a proposed increase in improvement of facilities in Rochester Pure Waters District, Frank E. Van Laer Water Resource Recovery Facility, secondary clarifier improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
By legislator, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is at the public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Item number 58, referral 21-0466. Adoption of 2022 Monroe County budget and establishing 2022 classification, compensation, and salary schedule for Monroe County employees.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty and seconded by legislator Hebert. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item, please.
Item number 59, 0466, providing that resolution entitled Adoption of 2022 Monroe County Budget and Establishing 2022 Classification, Compensation, and Salary Schedule for Monroe County employees be tabled.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is a motion to table. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 60, referral 21-0466, fixing public hearing on county executives' proposed 2022 Monroe County budget.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is to set a public hearing. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 61, referral 21-0467, confirming appointments to Monroe County Legislature Special Committee to examine and revise Monroe County Board of Ethics.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion on this?
Legislator Burrow.
Go ahead, legislator Burrow.
Thank you. Through you, actually to you, sorry. Given that this is why is this a matter of urgency and did not go through the committee process back in 2 weeks ago?
As both sides of the aisle have expressed updating our code of ethics to 21st century standards as a top priority and, in my opinion, a matter of urgency.
So it was not made aware, you were not aware of this prior to the holding of the committee meetings?
No,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Item carries. Next.
Number 62, referral 21-0468, authorizing legislative district revision commission to retain professional services for purposes of ensuring compliance with federal, state, and local laws and regulations.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Hebert, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion on this?
Legislator Hebert.
Go ahead, legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a number of points I'd like of discussion points I'd like to make here. First of all, to the inevitable question of why is this a matter of urgency, the charter does prescribe a deadline for the redistricting process, and we must ensure that the work is completed according to the law. There are some obvious questions I would also like to address. Has this ever been done before? Let me start by saying I do not rely on past practices for guidance on how to best serve the people of Monroe County. Relying solely on past practice is a lazy man's way of doing business, in my opinion. Past practice should be a starting point and improved upon whenever possible. This is especially true for an activity such as this. Keep in mind, reapportionment/redistricting is an event that occurs once every 10 years. Things done in the past, 10 or 20 or 30 or more years ago, may or may not make sense if we simply follow them today. We should not seek to simply repeat past traditions, especially those of such rare events, but seek to improve upon and build upon such. In this case, retaining legal counsel for the redistricting commission will further this goal. Why will it further the goal of a fair and balanced map creation, you might ask? Well, redistricting is complex with many contradictory goals. For example, last night I listened to a League of Women Voters Rochester metropolitan area webinar on the redistricting process for Monroe County. As far as it went, it was reasonable information, but it completely ignored many legal requirements, and I say legal requirements because they've been found to be so by courts, to be taken into account when drawing maps. The webinar focused on a single one of these requirements, that known as communities of interest. It did also mention the requirement for the number of residents per district, but it never got specific on what that number was. However, there are several other requirements, such as adhering to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which prevents discrimination based on race and many other factors. The requirement for compactness of districts to the extent possible. The requirement for contiguity, meaning the district must consist of a single and uninterrupted shape. It also requires creation of majority-minority districts. And I want to note that creating such districts, according to the courts, is specifically not found to be gerrymandering when you're adhering to the Voting Rights Act. And then, of course, the previously stated and focused upon last night communities of interest. There are others. Courts use a totality of circumstances, which is a consideration of all the circumstances to decide a case rather than any one factor or rule. And I should point out that those factors are often in conflict with each other. The next question you might ask, is it lawful for the legislature to hire outside counsel? According to the Monroe County Charter, Section C, as in Charlie, 2-4, the president of the legislature can, and I quote, as delegated by the legislature, authorize, enter into, and execute any agreement or contract on behalf of the county within budgetary appropriations therefore adopted by the legislature. Furthermore, the charter states, and again I quote, the county legislature shall make provision for the employment of such legislative staff as may be needed in the discharge of its duties. Such staff may include independent legal counsel or persons with expertise in research, policy analysis, budget analysis, planning, and other matters relating to the legislative duties of the county legislature. Such staff may be retained by direct employment, contract, or other arrangement. Therefore, this referral is asking for the delegation of the legislature to authorize, enter into, and or execute an agreement on behalf of the county for the purposes of discharging its duties for the Legislative District Revision Commission. Next question is, will you do an RFQ or an RFP for services? The referral notes the total combined amount of contracts would not exceed $50,000. However, in accordance with the Monroe County procurement policy, all amounts would have to be under $25,000, or a request for proposals or request for qualifications would need to be issued. Well, who decides on a contract? The answer there is the commission. How will the commission decide? The answer there is by majority recommendation of the commission. Will the commission hold a vote? The commission will make a recommendation by the majority of its members, and I'm assuming it's either by a vote or a written recommendation. Through you, Mr. President, I would like to ask the county legal department if they are aware of New York State Senate Bill 5160B and Assembly, same as Bill 229C, regarding its impact on redistricting. That was to the county law department, Mr. President.
Through the president, that's referring to the bill affecting local redistricting that the governor signed a week or two ago. Yes, we're aware of it.
Thank you. That's good to know, because I don't know of a better way to say this, but my next question would be, is this a shady deal or a contract? And I have a great deal of respect for the county law department and the work they do. But the nature of reapportionment / redistricting is such that they cannot be expert on national and state laws, if only due to the infrequency of the activity. In fact, as an example of the complexity of this, as the county attorney stated, Governor Hochul signed a new piece of legislation on October 27th of this year, was 2 weeks ago today, which is effective immediately. It amends Section 34 of the Municipal Home Rule Law, which requires county redistricting to follow specific guidelines requiring districts to be drawn to be nearly equal in population, contiguous, and not to favor incumbents or parties. This, in fact, may directly affect the validity of some of the contents of the Monroe County Charter regarding redistricting. Without expert representation, our commission could easily and unknowingly violate federal and/or state or local law. Obviously, that violation would be unacceptable. The administration or the county law department often retain outside legal counsel without the public's knowledge, and I support obtaining that expertise on legal matters when needed. Since this referral is unusual in pursuing President of the Legislature authorization for legal contractor contracts, I've sought to ensure this is a fully transparent process and that the public is equally fully aware of the reasons it is necessary. Any retainment of services would be reported to this honorable body. Finally, the final question I think needs to be answered is why does the resolution not afford the county executive the ability to approve or veto? Once again, according to the charter, section C as in Charlie 2-7(3) B as in Bravo, and I quote, resolutions passed by the county legislature concerning the following matters shall be deemed to relate solely to the internal organization and operation of the county legislature and shall not be subject to veto by the county executive. And the criteria include the operation of standing and special committees of the legislature, standing boards and commissions created pursuant to this charter, including the funding of such bodies. And I thank you, Mr. President, for your patience.
You, Legislator Hebert, very informative. Any further discussion?
Legislator Barworth?
Yeah, go ahead, Legislator Barrow.
Indeed, it was informative. My first question, actually, and it's through the president to the maker of the motion, is why or who asked you to make this referral?
Without naming names, I would say that it was people on our committee, on our special committee, who have indicated that the complexities of this are of the redistricting process are such that they feel they need additional help.
So through the president, the maker of the motion, are you saying that members of the committee are drawing the maps that you're referring to that would be proposed for redistricting?
Quite honestly, I don't know the answer to that.
What committee exactly are you referring to then, sir, through the president? Does it have a name?
I'm sorry, what I don't know the answer to is, are they drawing the maps? I don't know if they have someone else helping. I do not know exactly how that's going on.
Again, what committee are you referring to, sir, through the president?
The reapportionment committee that was named a month or so ago, or 2 months ago.
Are you referring to the legislative commission, redistricting commission?
You're a member of that committee, Mr. Morrell.
Okay, so you're referring to that commission. I understand now. So yes, what you stated in the local law was that staff may be hired, quote, as may be needed in the discharge of its duties, et cetera. But as far as I know, the commission on which I serve has not made any such request of you to put forth this request to retain professional services.
I believe you, through the president, I believe you're one of 5 members of that committee. And,
yeah, I'm saying that the commission as a whole, or the commission itself, has not decided to do anything to ask you to do this. You may have been approached by 3 individuals who may have decided that they're going to ask something of you, but that is not the commission itself asking you to do this. The commission has not met to make any requests at all through the president. So I would suggest to you, sir, that while you are correct, and I could not agree with you more, that past practice is the lazy man's way of moving forward. Oh, yes, I agree. And I hate to tell you, but the commission apparently may be following past practice, which is not to function as a commission.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Hold on, I'm talking about, we're talking about, well, I'm sorry, go ahead, make your point of order.
Go ahead, Florio.
The resolution that stands in front of us is simply to authorize the commission of, or the appointment of a legal body. Whether it doesn't indicate who, nor is it germane to the question who specifically requested it. It will be up to the commission to get together and decide who they're going to appoint.
No, ma'am.
We'll
That's
just
what it
go
states in the
order.
referral.
That misses the point. The commission is supposed to decide whether or not it wishes to even retain counsel, not whom to retain, but whether or not it wishes to. The commission as a whole should be requesting this referral be put into place. And that has not occurred. This motion is out of order.
Can I make a point of order?
I'm going to uphold that point of order because I don't think this questioning is germane to the referral about hiring the lawyer. And I'm going to uphold the point of order.
Okay, fair enough. There's no point arguing that. So my additional point then to move on to a different question is in terms of like procurement process, and I'm going to ask the this of the administration, given that the maker of the motion has indicated that the county executive may not veto this. I understand that, but we still have a procurement process that we are legally obliged to go through, regardless of whether or not the county executive has a veto on this or not. How will we be sure that the procurement process is being properly followed? And this is through the president to the administration.
Through you, Mr. President, it would be incumbent upon the commission to ensure that they followed the county procurement policy.
Thank you. And through the president to the administration, as a member of the commission, am I correct to understand that there are certain timelines that we must adhere to in order to conform with the procurement policy? 30 days notice, for example.
Through you, Mr. President, typically our procurement policy is written in a way that there's a 30-day blackout. So if anyone has a conversation with any type of consulting firm under the procurement policy, typically there's a 30-day blackout where nothing could move forward with that for a 30-day period. So that would be done not to give anyone an unfair advantage.
Thank you. And then through the president to the administration, then if work were done prior to that blackout period of time, would that be in violation of the procurement policy?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, it would. And again, it's against county policy for firms to be doing work for the county before there's a contract in place.
Okay, so I'm fearful that in fact that if this referral were to pass, no work could be done by these unnamed secretive legal counsel that I, as a member of the commission, is unaware of, could not occur until approximately December 9th. Is that correct? Through the president to the chair? I mean, to the president to the administration.
Through you, Mr. President, yes, it would be.
Thank you. And then in addition to the maker of the motion regarding a question of funding, where this $50,000 is coming from, is it the makers of the motion's understanding that the president can simply declare with legislative authority that you can take $50,000 from any department you might want to take it from?
Through you, Mr. President, a couple of things. In direct answer to the question, obviously not. That's why we are authorizing such expenditure tonight. According to the charter, such monies should be available in the budget. I mean, it is routine that I hear that the administration or the county law department or some combination thereof have gone out to get special counsel for various activities. And I totally support that. When you need expertise, you need expertise.
Thank you.
The previous question.
No, thank you, sir. I was asking another question.
Excuse me.
I did not give you the floor to answer a different question, sir. I asked you a direct question through the president, and I appreciate your answer, but it's not an opportunity for you to take the floor away from me.
Understood, and I will address the prior statement, however, before we're done.
Thank you so much. And then finally, in regards to this referral being put forth by a member of the legislature who is not a member of the commission, it makes me wonder what's going on behind the scenes. I am a member of this commission, and I'm given no notice of this whatsoever. So clearly a request was made by individuals and not the commission. That is a problem. And I find it to be problematic, especially when in the referral itself, it states authorizing the Legislative District Revision Commission, I'm quoting, to retain such professional services guarantees a bipartisan and community-wide benefit. No, sir, it does not guarantee that. I think that ought to be redacted from this referral. But that's merely my statement, and you will have statements you want to make. I appreciate that. I will.
Mr. President.
Excuse me. I will stop speaking for now. Thank you.
Mr. President, Legislator Felder.
Yes, Legislator Felder.
Me personally, I think this referral is unnecessary. I think the charter gives the president the authority to enter into a contract immediately without even having to come through this. It may have to be $20,000 or less, so it doesn't have to go through. Doesn't have to be bid. But other than that, if you read the charter, he has the authority to do it. So I mean, I don't know what we're arguing about. If we're giving the president the authority, the president himself, since he is the chair of the redistricting commission, has the authority to do it anyway. So this is much ado about nothing, in my opinion. I mean, people will talk about. I mean, people want to use this to talk about something else, but this resolution is only dealing with to make sure that whatever lines are drawn by this body are in compliance with the applicable law, so we're not in court, and I think that makes sense. So to me, I don't understand. But hey,
Legislator Hebert.
It's politics.
Go ahead, Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to address Legislator Felder's question. I haven't spoken to anyone at all regarding redistricting. I have done extensive web research, and it's pretty clear that this is going to, in all likelihood, exceed $20,000. Thus, rather than going off and having the commission spend time trying to find somebody who's cheap, I'm suggesting that we use something like the $50,000 number, which is what is being used by other organizations in the redistricting process. And by other organizations, I mean other New York charter counties. When it came to the questions of Legislator Baroth, the administration regarding 30 days, there was an assumption, I believe, in those answers that somebody has spoken to certain attorneys, and I have not done so in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, one more thing. Just to Legislator Hebert's comment, my comment was only so if this $50,000 number is going to cause a 30-day delay in the process, that seemed to me it would not allow us to finish this redistricting by the end of the year. So that's why I said $20,000 to keep it under the amount that you need to go through all those different things and just can go ahead and enter into. He can just go ahead and enter into a contract. That's why I said this legislation may not even be necessary. But that's the only reason I said that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Any further?
Legislator Barth?
Legislator Barth.
Again, I just want to state that I think that this referral is, was taken upon request from individuals, as stated by the author. It's written and it assumes that a vote has occurred or a decision has been made by the commission to do this. That has not occurred. And I think it is inappropriate for this body to preemptively decide based on who knows what. We weren't naming individuals who asked to do this. We don't know who the attorneys we're going to hire might be. The author stated that he has not spoken to anyone. I totally believe him. I'm sure someone else has. And this is just not the right way to go forth with redistricting. The author was correct. Past practice is not the way to go forward, especially on an every 10-year practice. Every 10 years we do this. And from what I observed 10 years ago and what we're doing now, it's the same. So I'll be voting against this referral. I do not doubt the intent of Legislator Heber to provide appropriate resources for the commission. However, the commission itself has not made any decisions on this. The commission itself has not actually met since the October 15th. The commission, president said we were going to meet, or at least have an announcement about meeting. Never happened.
We call the vote,
It's
please.
disappointing. We still had the floor, Legislator DeFlorio. You can't call the floor, call the vote until I'm done speaking, please. Thank you. So I want to explain my vote a little bit further now. We're meeting online. The public can't come speak to us. This is an important decision. An even more important decision is going to be, having a vote on the actual whatever is presented to us. We will probably again be meeting online. We don't need to be doing this. We can do better. Now, Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio.
We call the vote, please.
Second.
Legislator Hebert.
Second. What are we doing? Do we need a second? Call the question? Is that what we're doing?
Second.
Okay. Second. Call the question. Let's go to roll call vote. Call the question.
Legislator Hebert was going to talk.
That's okay. I don't need to.
Wait.
This is the call to question. This is the call.
Someone need to mute their phone. Excuse me.
Okay, everybody's muted. Call the question. Roll call vote.
Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff?
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman?
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keelfit-Lassie?
Yes.
Mr. Keelfit-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Yeah. Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor? Ms. Taylor? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Votes no. Ms. Wright?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Mr. Udelson? Ms. Wright? Yes. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. Ms. Taylor? No.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. 20-9. Call the question passes.
So now we're gonna
Roll call vote on the main motion.
roll call vote on the main motion, please, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff.
No.
No. Mr. Baines.
No.
Ms. Boyce. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahaney?
Yes.
Mr. Delahaney votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman?
No.
Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keough-Lassie?
Yes.
Mr. Keough-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes
No.
Ms. Wright? Ms.
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes
Uh,
Mr. Udelson was a no?
Yes. It was a no.
Mr. Udelson was a no?
No.
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 20-9, referral passes. Resolution passes, excuse me.
63.
Item number 63, referral 21-0469, authorizing legislature special committee to examine and revise the Monroe County Code of Ethics to retain professional services for purposes of ensuring compliance with federal, state, and local laws, regulations, and recommendations.
Move it, Mr. President. Sorry, I was muted.
Second.
Hinty, is there any discussion on this?
Legislator Hebert.
Go ahead, Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm going to follow the same path, except I'm going to take a sidetrack here in a moment. Why is it a matter of urgency? Clearly revising the Code of Ethics to 21st century standards is a matter of urgency. It hasn't been touched in decades. I have a list of questions like I did for the prior referral. Since the basis of this is virtually identical to the prior referral, I'm going to avoid reading those for several minutes and allow people to ask questions. But for the exact same reasons as the redistricting is complex, this ethics stuff is complex. The New York State Office of the Comptroller publishes a New York State Model Code of Ethics, which I've read cover to cover. It had, and I've compared it to the Monroe County Code of Ethics, and there are just many, many things in there that the Monroe County Code of Ethics does not cover either adequately or in many cases at all. That same document specifically states it has to be modified to fit the specific entity that is adopting it. And I believe that regardless of who's on the committee, once again, these people need support of professional ethics professionals for the exact same reasons that the redistricting commission needs it. So I will pass the floor back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion?
Legislator Barwick?
Go ahead, Legislator Barwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I did want to ask the author a question through you, Mr. President. And it actually refers back to the prior referral, but also this referral. It's the same question. I just forgot to ask it earlier. It's not a matter of urgency if something needs to happen, and we haven't done it in this case decades, or we haven't done something before since 10 years ago. A matter of urgency simply means you're bypassing the committee system and giving committee members a chance to vet and discuss this in a way that's much more workable, less political, less grandstanding, less, people saying dramatic statements to make points, more about the working stuff. Why, through the president, to the maker of the motion, did we pass using the committee system by making this a matter of urgency?
Since he spoke to me, Mr. President, through you to Legislator Baroth, I don't know what you've received. I've received many emails, some phone calls, and one letter from constituents prodding me to move more expeditiously, if you will, on ethics reform. Quite frankly, many have come from people outside the district. Many have come from people inside District 15, which is my district. And I believe my constituents are saying, get off your butt and move, buddy. And therefore, I believe we need to get going on this. And I've been advocating for, anyway, I believe this is not something that we can sit on any longer and have it tolerated. Some of your fellow legislators on your side of the aisle have also railed for faster action. So I believe making it a matter of urgency is appropriate.
So, Mr. President, again, I actually agree with what the maker of the motion just stated. We should have gone off our collective butts earlier, and I would suggest we should have done it before the committee meetings. But we're here now. I don't think there was any rationale not to go through the committee meetings. From what I'm understanding, this is something that it's simply that the maker of the motion decided I need to do now at some point between the introduction of referrals to today when the referral was placed before our body. So I would just suggest that, in future, when we have these urgent matters, which we do, this is an urgent matter, we should use the proper function of this body, in this case, the committee system, to do this. That all being said, through the president to the administration, are we facing the same procurement process challenges by having this referral put forth, taking, if someone could turn on and mute themselves, I'd be appreciated.
Some people, everybody please mute their microphone so we can all hear Legislator Baroth clearly. Thank you. Go ahead, Legislator Baroth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the president to the administration, are we facing the same procurement policy adherence problem that we had discussed in the previous referral in regards to a 30-day blackout window before work may be done by anyone who happens to be retained by this committee?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so through the president to the administration, so potentially anyone we were to contract with, we might actually be putting them at risk of legal jeopardy if they were to begin work prior to going through the RFP process.
I thought there was no RFP.
Through you, Mr. President, I would characterize it more as financial jeopardy rather than legal jeopardy. If the contract were not to be signed, or if somehow the contract were to be invalidated because proper procurement wasn't followed, it would be more of a financial issue.
Okay. So it seems to me that this is one of the things we could have discussed in committee and perhaps develop a workaround. And then finally, through the president to the maker of the motion, is the same logic in play as the previous referral, that this is, and I don't know the answer, that's why I'm asking, is this another one of those legislative actions that the charter does not allow the county executive to weigh in on? Is that the case? Is that why we're doing this?
It is in fact the case, through you, Mr. President, to Legislator Baroth, it is in fact the case that the county executive can't, per the charter, veto this. It is, as I said, most of the comments I made for the revision district redistricting commission apply, or committee apply to this as well. Commission apply to this as well.
Okay, I just want to confirm that was the case. Thank you, sir.
It is.
Okay, so finally, then I just want to, publicly state to the members of the committee we just appointed, as well as the president, who would be the one apparently signing such a document after hopefully the procurement process is followed, that you'd want to make gosh darn sure you follow the procurement policy so we don't end up financially harming those with whom we would wish to contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Baines.
Legislator Hebert.
I believe Legislator Baines was before you, Legislator Hebert.
Correct.
Legislator Baines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the maker of the motion, inasmuch as the legislation for this referral and the prior referral authorized a special committee in this instance, and the District Revision Commission in the prior instance, would that require that these two bodies meet to retain these legal services?
Are you through, Legislator Bain?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay, I wasn't 100% sure you were through talking. Through you, Mr. President, as I stated with the previous one, who decides on the contract, it would be in fact the Special Ethics Committee, and in the prior one I stated it would be the Redistricting Commission. How will the committee decide? It would be a majority recommendation of the committee. That's the way those committees are supposed to operate. And I believe that answers your question, Legislator Baines.
Well, let me rephrase it, because I know that through you, Mr. President, to the maker of the motion, I know that this entire referral was triggered by ex-party communications between members of these bodies and the legislator. But the way it's written, it says that the authorization is of the special committee. It is an authorization of the revision commission. And so those bodies would only be authorized, as I read this, to set forth any kind of proposal and to take in proposals and retain counsel. And so I don't think you actually did answer the question. Would it require a meeting of these bodies to proceed under this legislation?
Through you, Mr. President, to Legislator Baines, I'm obviously neither a member of neither commission or committee. How they choose to operate, when you say a meeting, I would presume so, but that would be a presumption on my part. I can hardly speak for how they choose to operate. I can speak to how they're supposed to operate by the charters, and it is my belief that in this case, the Special Ethics Committee would have to meet to make that decision. But again, I'm not a member of the committee. I don't get to decide how they operate.
Legislator Felder. Mr. President.
Is Legislator Baines through with the floor?
Thank you for the courtesy, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll relinquish the floor.
Okay, Legislator Felder.
As I said earlier, this I don't think either one of these referrals are necessary, because I believe that the president under the charter is given the authority. If you decide as the president that and as also as the chair of the commission, that of the redistricting commission, that you need that they need legal counsel, you have the authority to enter into a contract. If you decide that the ethics commission that you have appointed or are appointing, in the process of appointing, needs legal counsel, you have the authority to do it. And so these questions about did the committee meet, who met, who talked about it, who's going, they're all irrelevant and superfluous. So it's just, to me, this is a waste of conversation.
Thank you.
Legislator Barra?
Legislator Hebert. Go ahead, Legislator Baroth.
Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to address Legislator Felder's comments, as I stated with the prior referral, in this case, the administration and county law department often retain outside legal counsel without the public's knowledge. I support, again, the obtaining of that expertise when it's needed. this referral is unusual in that, at least in my almost 6 years now in the legislature, I have not seen the president of the legislature authorize legal contracts. And I've sought by this to try to make sure it's a transparent process and the public is fully aware of what we're doing and the reasons it's necessary. Once again, anything that they do, they need to come back to this body, this honorable body, and report that they are in fact hiring ABC law firm, XYZ law firm, whatever it might be, or, you know, such and such a professor who's an expert on ethics to support their activities. Again, a big chunk of this is I'm tired of hearing from constituents that we don't tell them what we're doing. And I hope you are too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
President, I'd like to move the question.
But it's already asked him to speak before Legislator Heber spoke.
I think you were right at the same time, Legislator Brock, but you can go now.
Well, thank you. Mr. President, I just want to agree with Legislator Hebert when he talked about he could speak towards what the charter says about should committees and commissions meet and the way to request legal contracts to be made or to hire consultants or whatever. He is correct. In fact, that's how they should operate. And I think that the contention made by my other colleague that all this is superfluous and, you know, the president can do just whatever he wants to do is, you know, reprehensible. I mean, this is a democracy. You know, even if you lose, you buy in because you had a vote. Taking a vote matters. It's how we have loyal opposition. It's how we actually move forth and do the right thing, even if we lose a vote. So I just have to strenuously state that, you know, it is important for bodies such as the Ethics Committee or the Redistricting Commission to actually meet and vote, even if the result is preordained. You never know. Someone might have a bout of consciousness and, you know, doing the right thing. We need to have these votes. Otherwise, we don't have a democracy. So yes, it's not superfluous. It's important we do these things. Thank you.
Just in response to Legislator Barra, before I call the question, I never said they're not supposed to meet. Actually, the Redistricting Commission should have met. I thought they were meeting and should meet. Hold on, it should meet to and going to have to meet and vote to recommend whatever lines they draw to the legislature. So,
Legislator Roman.
Mr. President, I called a question.
Same with the other commission. With the
Mr. President, I called a question.
I think I said Legislator Roman first.
No, I think he called the question first, Legislator.
I think you need to rewind the tape.
Yeah, seriously, you can't just say I'm going to speak and then call the question.
I second calling the question.
Thank you.
I guess we're not going to have a democracy in terms of free debate either. We're just going to say something and say, call the question. We can't talk anymore because I made my
We call the question.
You should know better.
Call the question is on the floor.
It's a circular conversation. The same conversation, the same points made over and over again.
Mr. President, we call the question.
Shame.
Mr. Brew, call the question. Yes or no? Mr. Brew.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoff.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. If your microphone is on, please mute it for the roll call vote. Thank you. Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff?
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman?
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller? I'm sorry, yes. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keough Lassie.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Keough Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr.
No,
Mr. Votes no. Mr. Marinetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox.
No.
Mr. Wilcox. Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes no, or I'm sorry, votes yes. Mr. Udelson.
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone.
Yes.
21-8, call to question passes.
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote on item number 63. Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder. Mr.
Yes.
Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff.
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman.
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keough Lassie.
Yes.
Mr. Keough votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci.
no,
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wright, or I'm sorry, Mr. Wilcox.
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Mr. Udelson.
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone.
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 21-8, resolution passes. Item number 64, referral 21-0470, authorizing allocation of funding to support nonprofit organizations in Monroe County.
Move, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Lee, seconded by legislator Felder. Is there any discussion on this?
Legislator Barra?
Legislator Barra.
I mean, unless the makers of the motion want to say anything, I mean, I'll defer.
No, I'm good. Good talk.
No? Okay. All right. So through the president, to one of the makers of the motion, whoever, how were the organizations included in this referral identified?
The organizations that we know they're in the community that are working to effect change in the community. Some of them are anti-violence. Some of them are community service organizations like Baker Street that was left out of the funding that the Youth Bureau gave to organizations. Montgomery Center, another settlement houses on the west side. And other organizations, the youth sports organizations who are out in the community struggling to raise funds that are helping kids to stay out of trouble by playing sports instead of being out in the streets. So that's how we identified them.
So you and other makers of the motion or whoever, presumably went out to the ones that you identified and spoke to them about this. Is that correct, through the president?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you. Were other organizations that you were not so familiar with or did not know about also made aware that this funding was going to be made available?
This funding's been available since January. You guys like to call it a slush fund, whatever you want to call it. It's been in since January. And if there are organizations you know about that need funding, then you need to bring them to the table. We identified the ones we know about, that we're acquainted with, and the ones that we have that we understand out here in the trenches.
So that sounds like a no.
Other legislators have the same opportunity.
Thank you.
But okay.
So I'm going to take that, and Mr. President, I'm just going to take that as a no. That other organizations were not made aware. Thank you, sir. At the table now. Thank you. Thank you. Between the time this referral was initially introduced, before, actually right before the committees were scheduled to meet, the motion was withdrawn. No conversation about it, just was withdrawn. No one knew why, at least no one publicly knew why. So I certainly didn't know why. So my question through the president to the maker of the motion is, what are the differences between what was withdrawn and what is now currently before us that we were made aware of at about 3:50 this afternoon? What are the differences between the two, sir?
What difference does that make? It was never submitted. So what difference does that make?
Well, the difference.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let's say platinum. What difference does it make? What kind of question is that? It was withdrawn. That means
I'll withdraw the question. If it's different, it doesn't make any difference. I would state personally that I would like to know if there are different people benefiting from this, if different organizations are included in this, if there's any changes in terms of due diligence on the part of the makers of the motion. In fact, I would suggest, this is not a conversation, so I'm speaking my mind at the floor. I would suggest that, in fact, the inclusion of the fact that now we know none of these organizations owe property taxes was a good due diligence move. I think that was awesome. It wasn't there prior. I'm glad we checked that now. I guess my follow-up question is, it was stated in the referral that cites County Law 224 about funding eligibility. And my question actually to Legislator Felder, since if I'm incorrect, please do correct me, that you seem to be the most authoritative voice on this matter, but I'm directing to you, unless you want to defer to somebody else, but I'm directing it to you. What subsection of Legislative County Law 224 is this referring to? Through the president.
It's the state law that allows.
County Law 224. Yes.
Yes, state law. It allows counties to allocate funding.
Yes, but I'm just asking if you have a subsection in mind, or no.
Was there a subsection in the other piece of legislation we passed using that same section?
Is that a no?
It would ask you a question. When the arts funding bill was passed, it was passed with the same.
I'm sorry, sir. I was asking you a question.
You're asking irrelevant and unnecessary questions.
All right, so you don't want to answer. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, one thing I'll point out about County Law 224 is that it requires that certain programs be made available, not just funded, but delivered within the time frame of the funding. And the time frame of the funding for this referral is actually very, 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 very tight. It ends at the end of the year. And this is problematic because the referral is suggesting that we give funds to organizations that are, for example, closed. The West Side Farmers Market, is closed as of October 12th. The season's over, and they cannot provide services by December 31st, 2021. Any funds given to them, they would be in financial jeopardy of clawbacks. And the way 224 works is that any citizen could sue them to claw that money back if they don't spend it appropriately. So I'm going to just make a positive suggestion to all the makers of the motion for an amendment to this referral to resolve that challenge. And and this is an easy amendment, instead of saying at the last second paragraph, and for the following nonprofit organizations pursuant to County Law 224 for the period of January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021, I would suggest, what's today's date? October 9th, 2021 to, well, let's just say November 1st, 2021 to October 31st, 2022, so that all these organizations, if they're given these funds, aren't placed in a position where they'll just have to turn around and give it back anyhow because they haven't delivered the services they're required to deliver by the 31st of December. And I actually am making that motion to amend now, and I'm hoping that Legislator Felder will second that. But this is a friendly amendment.
Let me say, let's change it to December 1st, until November 30th.
Of
They're
what?
not gonna have this. They're not gonna have these funds.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't mind. That's fine. I'm just trying to make the window bigger, what I'm trying to do. So would you second December 1st, 2021 to November 30th, I think, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, will you second that then, please?
Yeah, I can second that.
All right. So there's an amendment on the table, Mr. President.
I know how it works. Let's say.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you heard some.
We have an amendment, a second. Any discussion on the amendment?
No discussion on the amendment. Is it?
Could be somebody else that might want to discuss the amendment.
Sorry, now I'm thinking about something else. Sorry.
Legislator Roman?
Legislator Roman?
Yes, I would just like to echo the sentiments of changing the dates. It provides the organizations the time to execute whatever they say they're going to do. We'll be able to fully know as a county what the organizations will be able to utilize these dollars for in a much longer time frame. Right now, the way that the current referral is written, these organizations would have to spend, in essence, $20,000 in a month and a half. And I just think that that's not doing due diligence to the nonprofit world. I do believe that these organizations should receive funding. So I am pointing in favor of the proposal as amended.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, Legislator Baines.
Mr. President.
Legislator Baines.
Yeah.
Flagler Mitchell was in there first. Legislator Flagler Mitchell.
Yes, this through you to the administration. How long before, if we pass this or when we pass this amendment tonight, how long before these organizations will receive the fundings? Through you to the administration.
Through the president, numbering on that, we have to ensure that they're providing a service that is eligible on 224. We have to identify what that service is. So these organizations would have to get records. Then we would have to enter into agreements with those organizations. So that would, I think, under this amendment, that would buy time for that process to play out, and we could complete that process over a matter of a few months.
Thank you. And through you to the administration, who makes that determination if they're eligible? What criteria do you use for that?
Through the president, as Legislator Baroff alluded to, there are a number of subsections under 224, County Law 224. As the referral is written, it's not clear what these organizations are doing or whether they are providing services that are eligible for county funding under Section 224. So we would need to review the services of each and every organization listed in this referral.
And thank you. And through you, Mr. President, who determines if it's a yay or nay?
Through you, Mr. President, the law department would make that interpretation in the first instance and would be happy to communicate with the legislature about that.
Thank you. And just how long do you, how long can you just give me a ballpark figure on how long this process will take?
It will depend, through you, Mr. President, it will depend in part on how quickly organizations can get us information. As I said, I think it would take a few months to get that information, ensure there's compliance, and execute any required contracts.
Thank you.
Okay.
Legislator Baines.
Legislator Baines.
Through you, Mr. President, to the administration. At the end of this calendar year, 2021, doesn't the unexpended money in the community contingency fund / slush fund convert to cash capital?
Out of encumbered.
Mr. President, Robert Franklin, County Finance. A number of these organizations are in some form or fashion already under contract with the county, either through our Youth Bureau or our Planning and Economic Development or Public Health departments. So we may have the opportunity to simply amend those contracts to provide additional funding for the services already contracted for. For those agencies not currently under contract, it might be an expedient review. There are only 17 relevant subsections of County Law 224, like Philharmonic orchestras or the protection and prevention of cruelty to animals. There are 17 sections that could be expediently reviewed and assessed and discussed with each of these agencies for the services that are relevant. And frankly, Mr. President, as the legislator alluded to, if we cannot make that determination expediently, or if the agencies are not providing services that are relevant under 224, we would not have a contract to encumber these appropriations. Therefore, they would expire at the end of the year.
Thank you, administration. Through you, Mr. President, to the administration. In addition to that difficulty, what would be a specific example of a compensated expense for, say, a youth football team? What would be examples that a youth football team could receive $20,000, and what other, on the other side, for what things would they not be able to receive the funding?
Through you, Mr. President, this is Jeff McCann. I would like to point out for a lot of these very specific questions, we've only seen this referral a few hours ago. The legislature can rest assured they have our commitment that we would be working with all of these organizations in an attempt to help them secure the funding that the legislature is authorizing with this referral. And it would be our intent to work with them and find a way to make this happen under the parameters of the law.
Mr. President, thank you for the floor. My point in these questions is to make sure that anybody voting in favor of this amendment understands that it may not actually effectuate the outcome they desire. And I think that it's important that we understand the implications of the amendment and the limitations that may exist for the money to flow. I'll have a separate view. I'd like the floor later when we discuss the actual referral. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, do we need to go to a roll call vote? All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I oppose it.
One opposed, Ernest Flagler Mitchell. Okay, so the amendment passes. We'll go back to the original referral as amended. Any discussion on the referral as amended?
Legislator Baines.
Legislator Baines.
I'd like to explain my vote. In as much as the process for selecting the recipients of these dollars was extremely subjective, and it was driven by a supermajority. This is not accessible money to the constituents throughout the county, and it was slush fund money is being used. I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. President,
Legislator
President.
Legislator DeFlorio, Legislator Lamar was in there first, then we'll come to you. Legislator Lamar.
Thank you. I have one question and one comment. So my question through you to the administration is, have all of the recipients of the arts funding, have they received payment yet?
A quick point of order. I'm not sure what Legislator Lamar is referring to. Arts funding from this referral?
The arts funding came out of the contingency fund, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so my question is, how long did it take to disperse the money? And if all of the agencies have received the money? Through you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm reasonably sure each agency authorized in that previous referral has received their payment. As to how long did it take, I would have to go back and review records on that. Again, it was a situation where finance staff called each of these agencies and walked them through exactly what they needed to submit to us. I will say we received quite a number of pats on the back for how helpful staff were in working them through that process. I'm going to take a wild stab that in all it was about 2 months or less.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Mr. President, I would like an opportunity to explain my vote. So a good majority of the agencies that are listed in this referral target disenfranchised children within the city of Rochester, within this urban community. Since we've been on this legislative call or legislative meeting, 6 children have been shot. Actually, within the last hour, 6 children have been shot. We have an opportunity to beef up some of the services that are provided by some of these agencies to hopefully get some of these kids and keep some of these kids off of the streets. I think it's very important for legislation like this is real legislation, for it to be considered, especially when we are saying that, you know, we care about this community, we care about our children, and we want to see them thrive. So with that in mind, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. Legislator DeFlorio.
Yes, thank you. I would also like to explain my vote. And in the process, I would like to state how offensive, not that I'm offended, it is offensive that certain members of our honorable body continue to refer to the Community Contingency Fund that was established at the end of last year to allow this legislative body to establish spending priorities that were important to this community. So spending priorities such as the ones in front of us today, the arts community, the access language position, programs for our veterans. Those are spending priorities that that were not included in the county executive spending priorities from last year. So we have utilized this fund to outline and put forward spending priorities for our communities. And to constantly hear people refer to this as a slush fund, I feel is offensive. Is the county executive and his administration's budget that's in excess of $200 million his slush fund? It's offensive. We are spending money as legislators for individuals in our community. As Legislator Lamar well put, there are underserved populations that have suffered over the last year and a half, donors that potentially may have given to some of these nonprofits are no longer, or perhaps were hampered themselves through the pandemic and were not able to give at the same levels they have previously. And as such, I will also be supporting this legislation.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Legislator Flagler Mitchell.
Thank you. Just through you to the administration. Legislator Baines brought up some good points, and I want to thank Legislator DeFlorio as well as Lamar for what they said, because it's true. Will all these organizations be vetted by January 1st? Through you, Mr. President, to the administration.
Through you, Mr. President, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we should be able, so can you give me a time frame? December 10th, December 9th, it's a month from now. Can you give us a time frame, a guesstimated time frame of when these organizations would be vetted?
Through you, Mr. President, I guess I would refer back to my previous statement. It would be our intention to contact all of these groups as quickly as we could. I would be hesitant to give a date certain that would happen by, but you could have our assurances that we will do everything in our power to reach out to these groups and have these contracts in place by the end of the year.
I really appreciate that. Just through you, Mr. President, can we make an amendment that the monies that is in this referral be held until all the organizations have been vetted, even if it go past that January 1st mark? This will ensure us as legislators that, you know, no games would be played. And I don't believe y'all play games with it. But, you know, when I listen to Legislator Baines, it's almost like saying what the playbook is going to be. He eloquently puts it out there. And in my mind, it's a red flag of the things that he said. So, I make amendment that the money be in place until the organizations are vetted and the contracts are met, even if it goes after January 1st.
Do you have a second to your amendment, Legislator Flagler Mitchell?
Second.
I second it too. Yeah.
You get those seconds, Mr. Clerk?
Could we get I hate to put it like Mr. President, Legislator Barber.
Yes.
No offense intended. I'm not sure what we mean by this. I think that if we're going to amend something that affects, what is it, $740,000 worth of funding, we need to get this in writing that literally says something along the lines of, I'm guessing here, that the totality of the $740,000 would be encumbered into fiscal year 2022. I don't know if that's legal or not, but that's what the language would have to say. Otherwise, I don't know what we're voting on precisely. So does anyone want to help out with that in terms of this amendment and the language behind it? Otherwise, I can't support it because I don't know what.
Are you okay with the language, Legislator Flagler Mitchell? I think Legislator Baroff made it a little bit more clear.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's legal.
I think if we pass this and say that the money is encumbered by the fact of this legislation, that the total amount of it is encumbered for until next year, until such a time when all of it's been allocated or not allocated based on somebody being not qualified or whatever. That I think that should be fine, because we're making the legislation not each of the contract encumbers, but the totality of this amount.
We just changed the amendment. Do you, Mr. President? We just changed the amendment for 2022.
Why don't you restate your amendment, Legislator Flagler Mitchell, with the comments you've just been, advice you've just been given?
Yeah, so the money be encumbered, what was that word you used, Legislator Felder? Until these organizations are vetted and or the contracts is done. And Mr. President, just through you to the administration, law department, is that legal?
Through you, Mr. President, to be honest, very honest, I'm not quite sure what the specific question is. Let me make a statement that I think will address the question at hand here. We will obviously, as I said earlier, make every effort to get this done by the end of the year. If the legislature would be more comfortable offering an amendment to do this, we would be fine with that, because we think it will be a moot point anyways, because it would be our intention to have this done by the end of the year. But if the legislature was inclined to do that, we wouldn't have a problem with that.
All right, thank you. So we make the amendment then.
So the amendment that this amount of money will be held in escrow or unencumbered, or however you want to say it, until all organizations are vetted. And even if it goes into the year 2022, they'll still be receiving their funds. Is that good enough, Legislator Flagler Mitchell?
That is just fine.
And do we have a second for that?
Yes, a second.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any discussion on this amendment?
Legislator Baines, could we put that in writing, please, so that we can see it?
Right now, Legislator Baines?
I believe that amendments are typically done in writing. And
the last amendment wasn't.
Before we did tonight, we didn't put them in writing, Legislator Baines.
Yeah, the last amendment wasn't.
Well, I think it's the best practice.
Well, You want us to go over it with you again? Verbally, or do you want to see it in writing?
It seems to me that when you're talking about $740,000 and you're talking about things that could end up getting litigated,
Well, your administration.
that we ought to have it up on the screen for the community to see and all the legislators to see it in writing.
Said it was a moot point. They were going to get it done. They didn't think it was a big deal, but if you want to get it in writing, I guess we'll have to take a recess and get it for you in writing, Legislator Baines.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
We'll take a 10-minute.
That's what our charter says.
I'll second that.
So just through you to the administration, the First Amendment then don't count because it wasn't in writing.
Well, nobody.
No,
has.
we voted it and it counts.
We voted that, you can't change that.
It wasn't challenged, that's why.
Okay, 10-minute recess. We're going to get it in writing. It's already done. We don't have to talk about it anymore. 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll reconvene the legislature. Legislator Baines, I believe they put the amendment up on the screen. Is that so, Riley?
Yes, it is on the screen.
Not yet. Okay.
Thank you so much, President Carbone, for your courtesy.
You're welcome.
And because I do think it's a lot of money, and also it's potential litigation by groups that do or don't get the money. I'd like to take this opportunity, and I'll yield the floor for the rest of the meeting, to also say that I am going to not only vote in favor of the amendment, but I've also changed my vote with respect to the entire proposal. Not because I don't believe it's a slush fund, which I believe it is, but because I listened to my colleague legislator Lamar. And when I listened to her and I saw what she said, I've decided that despite my concerns with the process, I will support this and vote in favor of it to support the organizations that she believes in her community and our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the referral as amended?
Oh, this is for the amendment, the second amendment.
Yeah. Any further discussion on the second amendment? Then we'll go back to the referral as amended. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. No further discussion on the amendment. Do we need to go a roll call vote on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to the amendment? Amendment carries. Now we'll go back to the original referral as amended. Any discussion on the original referral as amended? Hearing no discussion on the original referral as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Original referral as amended carries. Legislator Brew,
Mr. President,
Legislator Felder, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to reconsider, the purpose of reconsidering Resolution 21-0389.
Motion to suspend the rules.
We have to do the suspension of the rules first. and then-
Do we have to have a second though?
I second it.
Okay, second. Do we have discussion on that?
Point of information, what is the referral it's being referred to?
37.
37.
Item number 37.
Item number
Thank you.
37. Which was authorizing a contract with CW Solutions Incorporating, do a business as CW Solutions for title and lien searches for Fast Forward Monroe programs.
We have to vote on the suspension of the rules.
Do we discuss? We're going to go to a vote to suspend the rules. Do we need a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay, roll call vote to suspend the rules.
Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Y'all still with it?
Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff.
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahaney.
Yes.
Mr. Delahaney votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman.
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Keller votes yes. Mr. Kiefer-Lassie.
Yes.
Mr. Kiefer-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti? Mr. Marinetti? Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Wilcox?
No. No.
Wilcox votes no. Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Ms. Wright? Wright votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Marinetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. 21-8, suspension of the rules passes.
Yes. Mr. President, this is Legislator Brew.
Go ahead, Legislator Brew.
Yes, I would like to move to reconsider item number 36, which is referral number 21-0389.
Legislator Brew, don't you mean legislator number 37?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Item number 37, referral number 210389. The description would be authorizing contract with CW Solutions for title and lien searches for the Fast Forward Monroe programs.
Is there a second?
A second.
Go to roll
Bless
call
you.
on that.
Wait, Legislator Barworth?
Yes, Legislator Barra.
Through you to the maker of the amendment, what exactly have you changed? I'm trying to understand what you're doing, that's all.
He's amending it. I think he wants to reconsider it.
This is a motion to reconsider.
A motion to
Okay.
reconsider, not the motion to amend.
Okay, so just then a point of information then. So essentially, we voted on this once, now we're going to vote on it again if this passes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Do we need a roll call vote on this? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
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 Yeah, I'm
No.
sorry.
Roll call
Thinking
vote.
about this.
Yeah, roll call vote.
Yeah, Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello? Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroth?
No.
Mr. Baroth votes no. Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman?
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keophit-Lassie?
Yes.
Mr. Keophit-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Ms. Wright? Wilcox votes no.
Yes.
Ms. Wright votes yes. Mr. Udelson.
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone.
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 20-9, motion to reconsider. Item number 37 passes.
Who's got to mute again? We've got some reverb, please. Yeah, mute again, reverb.
Now it's back on the floor.
Legislator Brew, it's back on the floor.
Item number 37, referral 21-0389.
Everybody's got to mute.
Legislator Udelson, I think you're frozen.
Okay, moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there discussion on item number 37?
Legislator Barnhart? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, excuse me.
Thank you.
Barnhart?
Thank you. Through the president to the administration, what is the impact of not passing this legislation?
Did the administration get that? Question by legislator Barnhart? I just want to make sure we didn't have any audio problems again.
This is Don Crum, and I've been assigned to the Fast Forward Monroe program again for this time around. These lien searches would be done if we start to run out of time to make sure we hit everybody that wants the grant to get the grant by the end of the year. Right now, we have been doing the lien searches ourselves, and we had 1,853 applications. We've gotten through about 600. The further we go, the more issues people have. If we start to run out of time, we would rather have our people working on holding borrowers or grantees' hands to get them across the finish line, and we would farm out the lien searches. And the lien searches are if somebody has a state tax warrant, a child support payment that's owed, something of that nature. So this is a backup to make sure that we have enough support to get everybody that wants the grants for Fast Forward Monroe 2.0. I'm sorry.
President to the administration. So if
does that mean if they have a lien, they can't get the grant? Is that what I'm understanding?
To you, Mr. President, it depends on what kind of lien it is. And oftentimes, if they do have a lien, we found in Fast Forward Monroe 1 that people don't know how to get the lien off their records. Maybe they already have paid it off. Maybe they didn't realize they still had to pay it off. But we help them, as many as we can, we help the people get rid of these kind of problems so that they can get the grant.
Did they pay up with the grant, Mr. Crum? Or does the grant have to be satisfied before does the lien have to be satisfied before they get the grant?
To you, Mr. President, it depends on what type of lien it is. And sometimes they don't have to satisfy. For instance, if it were a credit card debt in this kind of situation, they wouldn't have to. But if it's some kind of child support or something like that, we would expect them to do that.
Thank you.
Or if real property taxes are owed.
can I continue asking questions, please?
Yeah, you can. I just had one in between.
No, thanks. And I would have asked the same question. So thank you.
Through the questions though, weren't they?
Yes, thank you. Through the president to the administration, my understanding is that in Fast Forward 1.0, a lot of the businesses that did have problems with paperwork that needed these services were minority and women-owned businesses. Is my understanding correct?
Through the president, I don't know that for a fact. I don't know how, I don't know that for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Through the president to the administration, the remaining businesses that are awaiting funding while you need to do these searches, where are they located?
The business, through the president, the businesses are all throughout Monroe County. We did at one point have a higher concentration of businesses in the city that needed extra work. We have brought on 3 consultants to help people, the Ibero League, Pathstone, and the Urban League, to help people as well.
Through the president to the administration, these agencies that are providing help, what are they doing?
Through the president, they're actually looking at people's documentations, looking at their applications and seeing if there's something that needs to be clarified. And we believe, we don't have the data yet to support the belief, but we believe that they got people through the process to make the October 28th deadline.
Thank you. In our, I'm just going to explain my vote. It's very clear that if this service is not provided, there will be businesses that will not be able to get this grant. These grants are $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. They helped a lot of small businesses in our community. And the last resolution that we approved for nonprofits was because there's a sense of urgency, because this time period has been very difficult for people. And so there will be, so we need to make sure that businesses also have assistance, and there will be small businesses, certainly in my district, certainly throughout the city and the county, that need this support. And so therefore, I'm disappointed that we're reconsidering this legislation, and I will be voting again to support it. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, who is that, please?
Legislator Felder.
Oh, Legislator Felder, go ahead. You have the floor.
When it came up in Ways and Means, it got passed so fast, I didn't get a chance to ask any questions. Once again tonight, it went so quickly. My concern was who's being targeted by these requests. This answers the question a lot better. They're actually already doing these checks. My question is, do we do this for every contractor in the county, including the big ones? We make sure that through your administration, that we check for liens and those types of things with the large companies?
Through the president, we do a more extensive search for the what I guess you've labeled as bigger loans, the CDBG loans and things of that to larger companies. And we do a much more extensive search that we pay a title the borrower pays the title company to do. This is a very targeted search for, just as I said, the governmental type liens, the real property tax searches and things of that nature. And again, this is just if we start to run out of time. We just don't want to leave anybody who applied for the grant and has any chance of getting it out in the cold on January 1st.
Thank you. So one last through you to the administration, once again, Mr. President. So you're not looking for personal things, only things that are owed to the state, like child support or tax liens with the state. Is that correct?
Through the president, that's what we're looking for is things that are owed. Again, child support, which hasn't been a larger issue. State tax warrants, sales tax warrants, things that could negatively affect the business. We don't go deep into if there's a credit card dispute or something of that nature. Does that answer your question, legislator?
Yes.
Through the president?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. My concern, my concern was, it looked like it was targeting small businesses because I didn't know if this was being done anywhere else. And it looks like, now for fast forward and these things that are helping small business, now we're looking for this. If it's limited to, because obviously with if it's limited to that, then that's a different story. And that was my concern.
I have a question. If somebody has credit card debt, Mr. Crum, in which results in a lien, so that wouldn't impact them negatively because they owe a credit card.
To you, Mr. President, no, it wouldn't, because this grant is a little bit different than our traditional loan in the fact that we are asking for people, what expenses did you pay that you need reimbursement for? What revenue did you lose that you need reimbursement for? Things of that nature. So our money is actually going for reimbursement of lost revenue or for rent that had to be paid and things like that. So a credit card lien, they wouldn't, that wouldn't affect our process.
Very good. Thank you very much. Very good answers. Thank you. Any further discussion on this?
Legislator Udelson?
Go ahead, Legislator Udelson. You got an echo also. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask the clerk, through you, Mr. President, what the vote was when we this earlier this evening.
I'm sorry, Legislator Udelson. You were totally muffled. I don't know if somebody has to mute. I don't know what to fix.
Yeah, the question.
I'll try again.
I don't know if somebody has to know what to fix.
Yeah, the question.
The original vote was earlier this evening.
Right.
Do you know what it was?
It was 28-1. Legislator Flagler Mitchell asked to vote no.
28-1. Legislator Flagler Mitchell voted no. Did you get that, Legislator Udelson?
Okay. And, I'm good. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, do we need let's go to roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder.
Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff.
Yes.
Mr. Baroff votes yes. Mr. Baines.
Yes.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman.
Yes.
Ms. Hasman votes yes. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Keelfit-Lassie.
Yes.
Keelfit-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Mafucci.
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marinetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Ms. Broman.
Yes.
Ms. Roman votes yes. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Wilcox.
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox votes yes. Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Ms. Wright. Mr. Udelson.
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Carbone.
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 29-0. Resolution passes.
There being no unfinished business, Legislator Brew.
Yes, thank you, President Carbone. Before I close out the meeting with my standard verbiage, I'd like to take the opportunity to wish all of my colleagues in the legislature, as well as the administration and representatives, a very happy Thanksgiving. Please enjoy the families and be safe. That being said, we stand adjourned until 6 p.m. Tuesday, December 14th, 2020.